Hey everyone, Dave here, and I'm at Disney World!
As many of my friends can tell you, I'm something of a theme park geek, as well as a movie, TV, adventure game, comedy, voice acting, Tolkien, Star Wars, Calvin and Hobbes, MST3K, Weird Al, Jonathan Colton, and Mexican food geek. But believe it or not, I've never been to Walt Disney World before this year. We never went to Florida growing up, we always visited family in California. So I've been to Disneyland many times, but never Disney World despite living on the East Coast my whole life. Sort of like how I've lived in the US my whole life, but only ever visited the Canadian side of Niagara Falls. But I spent some time living in Florida this year, and I had a seasonal pass.
So I'm about to see firsthand for the first time just what the differences between Disneyland and Disney World are, and I'm inviting you along on this journey. First key difference I can see right now is that at Disney World, sometimes water falls from the sky. And of course, as the famous song tells us, in Southern California, it never rains.
The best place to begin is the section of Walt Disney World that got most of its older brother's DNA, the Magic Kingdom. It's the most direct clone of Disneyland, but it's not quite identical. Several of the rides that would be in Tomorrowland are in other Orlando parks, and some Disneyland rides have no equivalent here at all. But at the start, the parks are very similar. Both parks are surrounded by old-fashioned railroads that serve as travel shortcuts between the lands, but Orlando's railroad is more of an attraction in and of itself, with more dioramas and sights along the way. After the entrance with the giant flowery Mickey face, you find yourself in Main Street, USA. Main Street isn't known for its rides, but it is known for featuring the key difference between a simple amusement park and a theme park: atmosphere. Anyone can put a fence around some roller coasters and a Ferris wheel, charge $50 and call it an amusement park, but a theme park transports you to another world. Walt Disney basically invented the theme park, and he wanted people to feel like they left their troubles far behind when they entered. This is easier to do when you're not carrying a shrieking toddler, but the point is Main Street is dripping with atmosphere, taking you to a slice of Americana that probably never really existed, but feels undeniably welcoming. Going down the street, you approach Cinderella's castle, and holy crap is it huge! Seriously, it's over twice as tall as Sleeping Beauty's castle at Disneyland. I guess Prince Philip is less worried about compensation than Prince Charming is. The castle is surrounded by the other sections of the Magic Kingdom. Let's begin with Adventureland. I'm going to be talking a lot about things that I think Disneyland does better, so let's start with something I prefer in Walt Disney World: the Swiss Family Robinson Treehouse. About 10 years ago, Disneyland replaced their copy of this attraction with the Tarzan Treehouse. It's basically the same thing either way, walking around looking at dioramas based on scenes from the movie, but I never really cared for the Tarzan version because Tarzan wasn't a big part of my childhood. Swiss Family Robinson was. It had ostrich racing and killing pirates with coconut bombs. What more could a kid want? So for the sake of pure nostalgia, I'm really happy Magic Kingdom kept the Robinson version. Moving on, we come to a ride that is either awesome or tedious depending on how much fun your cast member is having: the Jungle Cruise.
I will not sing Skipper Dan, I will not sing Skipper Dan, I will not sing Skipper Dan. You know what? I think I'm going to sing Skipper Dan. I'm a tour guide on the Jungle Cruise ride. Skipper Dan is the name.
And I'm doing 34 shows every day, and every time it's the same. Look at those hippos, they're wiggling their ears, just like they're done for the last 50 years. Now I'm laughing at my own jokes, but I'm crying inside, 'cause I'm working on the Jungle Cruise ride.
Adventureland has a few other attractions, such as the Aladdin carpets, which are basically a clone of the Dumbo ride, and a newer version of the Tiki Room taken over by Iago and Zazu. Because when you think of dynamic co-host duos, you think Gilbert Gottfried and Rowan Atkinson. But the most famous and popular attraction is only in Adventureland because Orlando doesn't have a New Orleans Square. Built in Disneyland in 1967 and Disney World in 1973, odds are, if you grew up with Disney parks, you grew up with Pirates of the Caribbean.
And of course, this ride inspired the franchise that gave us one of the funniest pirate characters of all time, Guybrush Threepwood. Okay, I hate to interrupt this whole video for a rant, but this is the internet, so.
First off, yes, I enjoyed all 3 Pirates of the Caribbean movies. They were a bit overrated, but they had fun characters, some cool action, and the most delightfully convoluted plotlines outside of an Arrested Development episode. That said, elements from the movies don't belong in the ride. The movie was based on the ride. You don't go back and change the original to accommodate the spin-off. Who do you think you are, George Lucas? It's like going back to all subsequent printings of Lord of the Rings and replacing Glorfindel with Arwen. Well, it's not quite that sacrilegious, but it still annoys me. Okay, so this Davy Jones effect is actually pretty awesome, but the CGI feels unbelievably out of place among the 30 to 40-year-old animatronics. And I do love Jeffrey Rush's Barbossa in the movies, but Paul Frees's Wicked Wench Captain was a freaking icon, and it's just not the same without him. And the Jack Sparrows. Oh, the Jack Sparrows. Admittedly, Jack Sparrow coming out of this barrel is more kid-friendly than what was originally there, but these are pirates! Besides, the kids are hiding their eyes from the skeletons. They won't see the naked woman. But the worst offense is that almost every pirate in the ride is now talking about Jack Sparrow. Barbossa's looking for him, the guys dunking Carlos are looking for him, the pooped pirate's hiding the map from him. They gave the Pirates ride a direct storyline. That's just wrong. The entire fun of growing up riding Pirates of the Caribbean was the mystery of it all. You enter this mysterious faraway world that you don't know, and you get to use your imagination as you wonder who these pirates are and what their story is. And if I may return to Monkey Island for a second, Ron Gilbert has stated that half of the inspiration for the tone of the first game was wanting to get off the boat, explore the settings, and find out who the characters on this ride are. You don't get that same sense of wonder when they tell you that Jack is responsible for all this like a self-insert Mary Sue in a bad fanfic. Hell, half of the fun of the movies was seeing them reference so many scenes from the ride, weaving them into the story, like it was one interpretation of what was going on in the ride. That couldn't have even happened in the first place if the ride had just told us what was going on like this. Sadly, these updates have been made at both Anaheim and Orlando, so I'll just have to learn to accept them. But how do the East and West Coast versions compare to each other? Well, I'm complaining about a lot right now, so I'll start with one aspect I actually prefer in Orlando: the line area. In Disneyland, it zigzags you in front of a house, then you go inside and wait a little longer and get in a boat. Magic Kingdom at least takes you past cannons, cargo holds, and other stuff that feels like it belongs in a pirate story. Other than that, the Magic Kingdom version is, short. Seriously, it's something like half as long as its Disneyland forebear. There's no Blue Bayou restaurant, no calm yet haunting banjo strumming, which incidentally was another thing Monkey Island referenced, no talking skull, only one drop, fewer treasure rooms and skeletons, and no awesome gunfight in an explosives warehouse at the end. Granted, while the gunfight at the end of Disneyland's Pirates is cool, I did always think being pulled up the hill without another drop at the end was anticlimactic, and the Walt Disney World version has the famous jail scene at the very end, which is actually an interesting idea. And despite a touch of 80s sitcom style, "Ha ha, here we go again," with the goofy escape attempts, it shows the ultimate consequences of a life of piracy, which would leave the ride with a very poignant and somber impression, were it not immediately followed by a drunk singing Jack Sparrow. Yeah. So long story short, Pirates of the Caribbean at Walt Disney World is nowhere near as great as Pirates at Disneyland, and Pirates at Disneyland of today is nowhere near as great as Pirates at Disneyland of the past. But despite my complaints, I still love the ride. I may not like the new changes, but there's still plenty of goodness there, and they haven't completely destroyed the atmosphere yet. And as far as songs from Disney rides go, I don't really mind getting this one stuck in my head.
Yo-ho, a pirate's wait for me.
But my favorite ride in Adventureland has always been the Indiana Jones Adventure, Temple of the Forbidden Eye. Orlando doesn't have it. At all. It's like they asked me everything that I thought was perfect about Disneyland and decided to do the opposite. Is this park run by Disney or Fox? So, I guess we have no choice but to move on to Frontierland. The theme of Frontierland is, of course, the Old West. Once again, a sanitized version where saloons serve French fries, but a fun version nonetheless. Frontierland is the home of two of Disney's iconic mountains. We'll start with the one so popular it assures that Disney can never completely sweep Song of the South under the rug: Splash Mountain. It's hard to believe now, but this ride got its name because Michael Eisner, in his infinite wisdom, wanted it to be a promotional tie-in with the movie Splash. Yeah, I can't believe they didn't go with that idea. So, instead of going with the movie doomed to semi-obscurity, they decided to tie it in with the movie that the company always tries to force into obscurity, which backfires and turns into mysterious legend. Because the ride went so over budget, a lot of the animatronics were taken from a defunct attraction called America Sings. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. It was gone long before I ever went to the parks. Sadly, Splash Mountain was closed the first day I was getting footage at Magic Kingdom, so we came back another day.
We are now in hour 12 of waiting in line for Splash Mountain. Fortunately, not all of us have resorted to cannibalism yet. How are you keeping yourself entertained on the Splash Mountain line, sir?
Video games.
I yes. Nathaniel, my friend, what are your thoughts on this experience? Oh, we're about to lose another one.
Both versions of Splash Mountain tell the same basic story, which is just one of the Uncle Remus stories with fewer racist overtones. There are a few differences between the coasts, but nothing I thought was worth mentioning because we all do this ride for the ending. And you know what the ending is. You go up the hill, you go down the hill, you get really wet, and I turn into Jack Nicholson. Okay. The other notable mountain is Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, the self-proclaimed wildest ride in the wilderness. I have no idea why I love this ride as much as I do. It's not really much of a roller coaster, and it's not really much of a theme ride. There's very little story, although you can pick up hints about a mining town, an ancient curse, and a runaway train. And it's not particularly scary, although there are some pretty sharp turns. But for some reason, I've just always loved this ride, and I try to ride it every time I visit Disneyland or Magic Kingdom. The next section of the park is Liberty Square, which I guess is the equivalent of Disneyland's New Orleans Square, except with the colonial theme. It's the home of the Hall of Presidents, and more importantly, the Haunted Mansion. Let me get this out of the way. I like the exterior of the Disneyland Haunted Mansion better. It just strikes me as more ominous and more of what I picture when I think of a haunted house. But the ride itself is basically the same, with just a few minor differences, and it's just as awesome. The effects don't turn up well on my crappy camcorder, but in person they really hold up quite well, despite some of them being virtually unchanged since the ride opened. Even when you can tell how an effect is done, you can't help but marvel at the ingenuity and brilliance of the Imagineers responsible. And of course, the ride features the legendary voices of Paul Frees and Thurl Ravenscroft, which only reinforces my desire to see a boxing match between Toucan Sam and Tony the Tiger. While Boris Badenoff sings You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch. After that chilling dip into the macabre, we move on to the section you may remember best from your childhood, Fantasyland. I will say this about the Magic Kingdom's Fantasyland. The castle motif makes a little more sense than Disneyland's Bavarian village motif, but at the same time, something about it feels a little less genuine. Still, the important things here are the rides, which are all kid-friendly. Well, some of them may be emotionally scarring, but there's no sudden drops. And it's nice to see Buddy Hackett finally get the snack bar he so richly deserves. Magic Kingdom's Fantasyland shares a couple rides with Disneyland, most prominently the Carousel and the Dumbo ride. Others include Winnie the Pooh, the Mad Tea Party, Snow White's Scary Adventures, Peter Pan's Flight, and of course, It's a Small World.
You will never find the more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Oddly enough, the Magic Kingdom's version of Small World just blends in with the rest of the rides. If you weren't careful, you might accidentally walk in thinking you were riding something that wouldn't make you want to club an otter. Not like the Disneyland version, which looms ominously in the back of the park, warning everybody with that dreadful tick-tocking. Almost as if to say, abandon all hope, ye who enter. Here there be earworms. I have to talk about Peter Pan's Flight for a minute because the Disneyland version was probably my first ever theme park ride, aside from some little things at Knott's Berry Farm. Peter Pan was my brother's favorite movie when we were little, so naturally when we first went to Disneyland, we had to ride Peter Pan's Flight as many times as we could. And every time we've been to Disneyland since, I had to ride it at least once just for nostalgia. I've done that ride so many times I have it completely memorized, and each time I ride it, I'm 6 years old again. As opposed to when I get off and I just act like I'm 6 years old. Now, the Magic Kingdom version...
Alright, that's it!
Mickey? What are you doing here?
I've had it with your whining. It's all California's better this and California's better that. Both parks can't be exactly the same, you know?
Well, I'm sorry, but I grew up with Disneyland, you know? It was this awesome place we only got to visit once every few years, and as a kid it was really the pinnacle of...
Suck it, Gansel! Just find something about the park to enjoy, you whiny son of a bitch!
Okay. Look, I was just going to say, the Magic Kingdom version is different. Some parts are bigger, some parts are smaller, some in different orders, but it's not really better or worse, it's just different. And while I personally prefer Disneyland for sentimental reasons, unlike with Pirates, there's really no concrete arguments to be made for one Peter Pan version being better or worse than the other. It's all just personal preference. But as long as we're talking about differences, I should take a moment to address the following rides present in Disneyland's Fantasyland, but not Disney World's. Disney World does not have the Matterhorn bobsleds, the Storybook Land Canal Boat, the Casey Jr. Circus Train, the Alice in Wonderland ride, Pinocchio's Daring Journey, or Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. It used to have the latter, but that got replaced by Winnie the Pooh. In Disneyland, Winnie the Pooh replaced Country Bear Jamboree, which was probably Christopher Walken's doing.
Oh no! Country Bear Hall has been crushed! This is not over!
Still, I could be wrong, but I don't think people miss the Country Bears in California nearly as much as they miss Mr. Toad here. I mean, how many children's rides end with eternal damnation? One thing Magic Kingdom has that Disneyland doesn't is PhilharMagic, a fun 3D show featuring Donald Duck interrupting several famous Disney musical numbers. If that sounds appealing to you, and it should, then you'll enjoy the show. And naturally, if you're towing kids, you'll spend quite a lot of time in Fantasyland, and probably a fair bit of time in Mickey's Toontown Fair. Okay, wait, hang on just one second. It was established in Roger Rabbit that Toontown is located near Hollywood, separated only by the Acme factory and the tunnel from Back to the Future Part 2. Hence, it makes sense that Disneyland in California has a Toontown. So why does Orlando have a Toontown Fair?
Riddle me this, Batman!
There's something about a summer home conceit, which I guess makes some amount of sense, but really, Toontown's fair is on the opposite coast of Toontown itself. I mean, sure, cartoon characters can travel using physics-bending methods, which probably helps them to deal with the distance, but really, the Toontown community definitely could have planned this out a little better. Anyway, both Toontown Fair and Toontown California have the requisite Mickey and Minnie houses and a family roller coaster. Orlando's coaster is themed after Goofy's biplane, while California's is a coaster designed by Gadget from the Rescue Rangers. It's just a family roller coaster either way, so the theme doesn't make much of a difference, but the Disneyland version is the only surviving attraction based on a Disney afternoon show. And that's pretty cool. There really should be a Darkwing Duck ride.
Let's get dangerous.
Toontown California is a lot bigger than Toontown Fair.
Oh boy, here we go.
Unlike Orlando, California has the Roger Rabbit ride and some other props and items throughout the area to add to the cartoony atmosphere. But really, neither Toontown goes as far as they could with this concept. Yeah, I know it's ridiculous to ask that I actually feel like I'm inside a cartoon in these areas, but the fact is they don't really look cartoony, they just look fake. I probably shouldn't be picky because these areas really are aimed at the younger crowd, but as a grown man who is still a big fan of animation, I would like an area that did better justice to the cartoon world. Anyway, after that disappointing peek into cartoon geekery, we move on to sci-fi geekery with Tomorrowland!
Welcome to the world of tomorrow!
Why do you always have to say it that way?
Haven't you ever heard of a little thing called showmanship? Come, your destiny awaits!
First off, there's the Monsters, Inc. Laugh Floor, which I haven't done yet, and the Stitch Great Escape, which I haven't done yet, and which was a kid-safe replacement of the reportedly much scarier Alien Encounter, which I've never done. Okay, I'll fess up. The only Tomorrowland rides I've done in Orlando are Space Mountain and Buzz Lightyear. The Buzz Lightyear ride is a fun, if simple, shooter. It's not quite sure if it wants to be based on Toy Story or the spin-off animated series, so we get cartoony images mixed with scale gags. The ride itself doesn't have many interesting animatronics, mostly just having flat cutouts of enemies you can shoot at, but the Buzz animatronics are cool and cleverly use a projection screen instead of an animatronic face. The effect isn't perfect, as the lighting on the face is weird, but it allows him to be a lot more expressive than he would be otherwise. The ride is pretty fun. I wouldn't wait in a very long line, but there are a few nice shoutouts for the three of us who actually watched the cartoon show. And of course, there's Space Mountain. While I generally enjoy theme rides and story rides more than roller coasters, Space Mountain is just awesome. It has enough of a theme in the line to satisfy me, and it's just a cool coaster. Now, at one point, the Disneyland version added a pretty sweet soundtrack by a composer whose name I never learned how to pronounce, but whose work you're probably familiar with. That soundtrack is missing from the Orlando version, but that's a pretty minor complaint, and either way, Space Mountain is a fantastic experience. Little pro tip, the picture is actually taken at the beginning of this ride, not during a drop, so if you want to pose, do so early. By this point, you're exhausted, but you spent so much on your ticket that you can't leave now, you need to spend the whole day here. So you're pretty much obligated to stick around for the night entertainment, which of course includes an electrical parade and the Wishes fireworks show.
Alright, we're trying to save our spots for the fireworks show here. It's a feat of nightmarish proportions. Tell them a little about it, Lucky.
There's too many people here.
That's the short version.
There's too many of them.
More importantly, there's too many of those double-wide baby strollers that really honk up traffic. We're pretty sure our friends aren't going to get back to us before the fireworks begin.
And in the highway, freeway, you know?
And we just heard this whole diatribe from Jiminy Cricket about how this is supposed to be shared with friends. Well, it's really hard to do that. It's really hard to do that with all these strangers around. Thanks.
You're a stranger, huh?
No, you're one of the friends, but
okay.
I don't know half these people. There's got to be at least 12 people here I don't know. I mean...
Now, the fireworks are always cool, and the medley of well-known Disney songs is fun, but the new music composed for the show is just kind of there. Actually, where have I heard that melody before?
Sonic, he can really move. Sonic, he's got an attitude.
Well, that's Magic Kingdom in a nutshell. A 20-minute nutshell. And honestly, while it has a few things I like better than Disneyland, overall it doesn't really hold up to its California counterpart. I know some of that is my own nostalgia clouding my judgment, but things like the Shortened Pirates and the missing Fantasyland rides really hurt Disney World's score here. But there's still 3 other major parks to explore, and maybe they'll be more impressive. So join us next time when we visit EPCOT.
You're not off the frickin' hook yet, mister. I suppose you're gonna be all pissed off at EPCOT for not having everything California Adventure has.
Hey now, that's not fair. I mean, I'm gonna give it a fair shot. If there's something I don't like, I'll address it, but...
Yeah, cram it. I don't want to hear it, you freaking douchebag.
Mickey Mouse just called me a douchebag.
I should have listened when my grandfather said, why don't you major in business instead? Now my hopes have all vanished and my dreams have all died, and I'll probably work forever as a tour guide on the Jungle Cruise ride. Skipper Dan is the name, and I'm doing 34 shows every day, and every time it's the same.
Previously on Dave Does Disney.
Cram it. I don't want to hear it, you freaking douchebag.
Mickey Mouse just called me a douchebag.
And now part 2 of Dave Does Disney. Last time we explored the Magic Kingdom, which it turns out is a slightly inferior clone of the original Disneyland. While it has its good points, most of the differences from Disneyland aren't exactly improvements. Certainly a fun way to spend a day, but not as fun as the classic.
So now we move on to what is reportedly Disney Orlando's biggest advantage over Disney California, EPCOT.
If Magic Kingdom is the heart of Walt Disney World, then EPCOT is probably the thorax. But if Magic Kingdom is the face, then EPCOT is the heart. EPCOT stands for Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow, and it was one of Walt Disney's final major dreams before his death. It's the entire reason Walt Disney World exists. Originally, Walt didn't want Disney World to be a theme park at all, but a utopian city, where people would actually live and new technologies in city design and convenient living could be tested out. The only reason Walt reluctantly agreed to build the Magic Kingdom is because the board of directors didn't think the idea would fly without an East Coast Disneyland to draw tourists. Walt's ideas were insanely ambitious, even for today, and even though they were all for the greater good, some of them were actually a little scary. Citizens of EPCOT wouldn't own their homes, so Disney would have the right to make any upgrades and changes that they saw fit. Yes, the city would have been built specifically to test new technologies, but still slightly creepy prospect. After his death, the company realized, wait a minute, we can't run a city, we're too busy modernizing Robinson Crusoe. That'll be our real legacy. So plans for EPCOT were scaled way back, and it turned into Epcot Center, another theme park, but with a more educational bent. Years later, the Disney company would open Celebration, a planned community where people live, so it sort of carries on the original Epcot idea on a much smaller scale. The same way Stars Hollow carries on the Gotham City idea. But Epcot is a theme park now, which means that I actually care about it. And even just looking at the map, you can see it's a different experience than the earlier Disney parks. While Disneyland and Magic Kingdom are both designed as a circle, with all the lands gathered around a central point and everything within easy access, Epcot is actually designed as more of a figure eight, with 2 major individual sections: Future World,
Future Wax,
and World Showcase. These 2 areas are meant to embody the 2 sides of the original Epcot dream: innovation for living in the future while appreciating diversity and cultural heritage, uniting the world.
We'll begin here with Future World, the world's first theme park based on a Jonathan Colton song.
The general theme of Future World is, shockingly enough, the future.
I can tell you about the future.
Attractions such as Innoventions are meant to show us the latest cutting-edge technology. There's all sorts of educational exhibits. Yeah, just get to the rides already. The most iconic image associated with Epcot is Spaceship Earth, or as you probably know it, the giant golf ball of doom. The original version of this ride was actually written by Ray Bradbury.
I'm aware of his work.
And I understand this ride has gone through various permutations and renovations over the years, but all I can really tell you about is the current version, which features Judi Dench teaching us about the history of communication between animatronic cultures. And she probably got an Oscar nomination for her narration here. There's also a video screen that theorizes about your future based on the unflattering photo they take at the beginning of the ride, and some data they ask regarding your interests. Well, why does the Disney Corporation want to know so much about me?
No reason.
After spending some time on Spaceship Earth, you're about ready to leave Earth on another spaceship with Mission Space.
Oh, by the way, your segues really suck.
Hey, shut up. Now, I know the space program may be having budget trouble, but do they really need to resort to recruiting random tourists from Disney World to fly their missions? Maybe they could afford real astronauts if they didn't spend so much money hiring Gary Sinise to run the mission. Oh wait, this is the space program from the future! A planet where scientists evolved from actors? Okay, Mission Space is actually pretty awesome. It's a centrifuge motion simulator that gives you the feeling of flying your own mission to Mars. It can be an intense experience, which is why they give you two options. You take the green card, and you go on the easy mission. You go on a simple ride, and believe what you want to believe. You take the orange card, and you go on the hard mission. And I show you how deep the motion sickness goes.
As you can see, astronaut flight training isn't like anything you've ever experienced before. It is intense.
But if getting nauseous in space is too much for you, there are plenty of chances to get nauseous without leaving the atmosphere, such as Test Track. Test Track is a pretty neat ride that lets you fulfill your childhood dream of being a crash test dummy. Oh, nobody else had that dream? Yeah, I didn't either. Nope. After waiting in line and seeing our fellow dummies get tortured, we hop into a car which is being tested by a team led by John Michael Higgins.
I shall have a birthday cake!
In every actor there lives a tiger, a pig, an ass, and a nightingale. You never know which one's gonna show up.
I shall duck behind that little garbage car.
And, much like Higgins' very diverse list of roles,
guy's pro.
What makes Test Track cool is the variety of thrill ride experiences it gives you. From slamming on the brakes to setting you on fire, Test Track does not settle for being just an ordinary roller coaster. After ensuring that we'll never want to drive a car again, we decide to kick back and relax by the seas. This is where Future World starts to become a bit of a misnomer. A more accurate description might be Science World or Environment World, but I guess Future World sounds more hip. I guess some of the things here educate children on how to make a better future, but still, it's about as accurate a name as music television. Anyway, the seas! First off is the Nemo and Friends ride. Now at Disneyland, the old submarine ride in Tomorrowland got a Finding Nemo overhaul a few years back, using a combination of animatronics and animation projected onto glass. The Nemo ride here is basically the same as that, except without the coolness of being in a submarine. Instead, you're in a clam-shaped people mover with the animatronics right in front of your face. One advantage it has over the Disneyland submarine version is at the end the characters are projected into an actual aquarium. Not gonna lie, it's pretty cool to see the Nemo character surrounded by real fish. Although it's kinda ruined by the inane sing-along. After the ride, you find a large educational center, including aquariums, scuba demonstrations, feedings, playgrounds, and Turtle Talk with Crush. Turtle Talk is a fun concept. There's a screen with a computer display of Crush, who is being controlled and voiced by an unseen cast member.
Oh! Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain!
The real-time control over the animated character allows him to interact with the audience, especially the kids sitting near the front. Now, obviously, this isn't the first or only place that this sort of live control of an animated character has been done, but it's still a wonderful setting for it. The blending of the lines between animation and live performance brings the character to life in a way that pre-programmed animatronics or costumes with static facial expressions can't. And I think it's the sort of creative experiment in storytelling and character portrayal that Disney should be all about. So, after spending some time under the sea, if you're ready to come up for air, you can crawl onto the land. If it's raining, you'll probably spend quite a bit of time in the land because it's all indoors. It centers around a food court featuring all natural foods, plus on the second floor there's a rotating sit-down restaurant. The land contains 3 main attractions. First is an educational short film featuring Simba, Timon, and Pumbaa called The Circle of Life, an environmental fable. So, Nathan Lane, Ernie Sabella, and a Matthew Broderick impersonator teaching kids about pollution? Sounds like a recipe for subtlety.
Let's make it yours!
Check, please.
Then there's Living with the Land, a boat ride that first passes through some typical Disney ride displays about the history of farming, but then takes you on a tour through Disney's actual greenhouses, where you can occasionally see farmers at work growing the stuff you're getting in the food court. There are also labs where new farming technologies are being developed, so I guess they touch on that whole future thing a little bit. Finally, there's Soarin', a ride which originally opened at Disney's California Adventure under the name Soarin' Over California. It's the same exact ride, but I guess they shortened the title to Soarin' here because people don't like to be reminded that there is a California with a theme park that costs less and offers more than Magic Kingdom. Gansel, you're trying my patience! Fine, I'm sorry. Would you feel better if I badmouthed California for a while?
Not really. I'd prefer it if you didn't complain at all.
Well, here we go. I've only been to California Adventure once, and it was in the first year of its existence. I hear it's improved since then, with the focus on adding more Pixar characters and things like that, but in the year I visited, it was weak. It had maybe 3 good rides, one of which was a generic rapid river ride that you could find at any amusement park. The main good ride was Soarin' Over California. You know how when you were a kid, the only place to see an IMAX movie was at the museum, and they were always about the evolution of scuba technology or something like that? Well, Disney decided that a huge screen that envelops your entire range of vision wasn't gimmicky enough for an educational film, so they added a ride element, where you're suspended in fake glider-type seats in front of the screen that tilt, turn, and spray various smells at you. Although, as I recall, in its opening year, the aroma technology had not yet been perfected, and we were usually just treated to one strong smell lingering throughout the whole ride, usually either pine or oranges. The ride was integral to California Adventure because, well, what else were you going to do? But here in EPCOT, you have more options for rides. And yet this one is still extremely popular, running out of fast passes very early in the day and having an interminably long line. Still, it's a good ride. It's worth doing at least once. And I've always said that I listened to Patrick Warburton if he read the phone book, so I'll take giving the pre-flight safety instructions.
Nice work, pal.
If the rain stops long enough to let us leave the land, we can move on to the Imagination Center, where Eric Idle had to find something to do between Meaning of Life and Spamalot.
Oh, you're no fun anymore.
So he decided to reward the efforts of all the world's greatest imaginary scientists. Like this guy, who invented flubber. Only 36 years after Fred McMurray already invented it. Until recently, the Imagination Center was the home of the 3D show Honey, I Shrunk the Audience. It was fun enough. I guess if you're a die-hard fan of the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids franchise, you would love it. But otherwise, it's just a standard 3D show that makes me sad Rick Moranis is retired. Since my last visit, this is apparently no longer playing at this theater, because now that it's okay to like Michael Jackson again, Disney insisted on the return of Captain EO, possibly one of the greatest collaborations of Jackson, George Lucas, and Francis Ford Coppola ever to involve robots. Then there's Journey into Imagination, where Idle teaches you about the 5 senses, and gets annoyed by a purple CGI dragon named Figment.
Yeah, I know all about the senses.
But mostly he just gets annoyed by Figment.
I don't want you out of my sight.
Out of sight? Okay, come on everybody, here we go! It's not about listening with your ears, it's about listening with your imagination. With F-I-G-M-E-N-T, you can see things differently.
Over and over and over and over and over and over and God, why couldn't this have been a shooter ride? It's enough to make you want to leave Future World and never come back.
So now we move on to the World Showcase, where we can experience firsthand just how ignorant I am of other cultures.
But this is America, where we unapologetically bastardize other countries' cultures in a gross quest for moral and military supremacy.
I forgot, bring on the imperialistic condiments.
What Future World attempts to do with science, nature, and technology, World Showcase attempts to do with international culture, by giving us a tour of the nations of the world. All 12 of them. Boy, that would have made Yakko's World a lot easier to memorize.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Norway, and Germany now one piece. Italy, Morocco, France, England, China, Japan.
Each pavilion of World Showcase features a fast food restaurant, a fancier sit-down restaurant, a couple of gift or specialty shops, and usually one major piece of entertainment, such as a ride, film, or live show. There are also street performers, characters from the country in question, and some more treats. They're basically very tiny museums of very abridged national history. The country in 5 seconds, if you will. The best thing about each area is that the employees are all people, generally students, from these different nations. They're paid to be friendly, so they will humor you as you ask a bunch of questions about their homeland. Just, don't be a total douche, you know?
Tell me, is your marriage the kind of thing where when you die, she has to throw herself on a fire? No? Okay. It's still very cool.
Going clockwise, we start out with Mexico. Much like the land, this is your stop on a rainy day because Mexico is located inside a giant pyramid. After passing by some art displays, you find yourself in a town square at nighttime. As always, the atmospheric Disney magic is in full effect here, and despite its small size, the village feels fully alive. In the back is the Grand Fiesta ride, featuring the cast of the Three Caballeros. Even though Jose Carioca is Brazilian, but hey. This is a boat ride that starts off taking you past the dining area for the fancy restaurant, which is good because it's not like Orlando's version of Pirates of the Caribbean had the decency to do that. And the ride continues to trigger your pirate-related nostalgia by taking you past the Blood Island volcano.
You fool! You've given cheese to a lactose-intolerant volcano god!
Although I guess if I'm gonna make a LucasArts reference here, it probably should be Grim Fandango. The ride follows Jose and Panchito as they try and locate Donald for the big Three Caballeros reunion concert. It's a simple plot, but it makes me realize how awesome a Blues Brothers ride would be.
They broke my watch!
Anyway, the animatronics here are It's a Small World level, with most of the action taking place on video screens, mixing the cartoon characters with live-action footage. And also like It's a Small World, you will never get the song out of your head. But there are some amusing visual gags, and if you have any nostalgia at all for the Three Caballeros movie, you're almost guaranteed to get at least some enjoyment from the ride. And hey, at least we're not trying to chase this guy. Because we failed geography, we learned that right next to Mexico is Norway.
Which I guess would make this Norwegian wood. Isn't it good?
Norway features World Showcase's other boat ride, Maelstrom. This one doesn't tie in with any established Disney franchise, since apparently they couldn't even think of a Norwegian Disney character for their topiary, but it's still fun. While still not quite a thrill ride, Maelstrom is a tiny bit less relaxed than Grand Fiesta. It's got some mild drops, some backwards parts, trolls. It's not very long, but it's good fun. At the end of the ride is a film on Norwegian culture, but if you're desperate to get through here without actually learning anything, you can quickly exit through the theater with the people who just watched the film. Next, we move on to China. And even though it's China and not Japan, they were still nice enough to include a tribute to everyone's least favorite Yu-Gi-Oh character.
Hey Taya, what do you think of...
Friendship is the best thing ever, don't you agree? Damn it!
Sure, why not?
China has a larger outdoor section than the previous two nations, with some really lovely gardens that I could spend hours walking around in. Until I remember how much I paid to get in here and realize that I need to be entertained and fast. So there's the shops, some nice museum areas, and the first of several Circle Vision shows. What's Circle Vision? I'm glad you asked! In Disney's ongoing quest to out-gimmick IMAX, these educational films give you smaller screens that wrap around the room so that you can see something in every direction. It's actually a pretty neat idea since it allows for cool flyovers of these nations' countrysides, and at its best, it's like a great panoramic image in motion. The problem is, it doesn't always work. I'm not sure exactly how these are made, but I presume that there's some sort of device with several cameras mounted on it pointing out in a circle, and the camera operator moves this device around to get the shots. The problem is, sometimes it doesn't seem like each camera is secured quite as tightly as it should be. Or they're not all spaced out exactly as they should be, or things like that. The result is tiny shakes and movements in each camera's image that are just slightly out of sync with each other. When you add in that each film projector has a slight margin of error for image position or shake, the effect can sometimes be something like this. Okay, so it's rarely that bad, but it can be distracting. But if that sort of thing doesn't bother you, Circle Vision films can be a really fun way to see another country without ever having to leave the comfort of Orlando. Next, we pass through Africa, which is a bridge. That's all Africa gets, is a bridge. And it's not even always an accessible bridge. Sometimes it's up because they have to float out the props for the fireworks show. Animal Kingdom will pay a little more attention to this continent, but for now, enjoy bongo drums and maybe a guy whittling. Ooh, and an ice cream stand. Then we move on to Germany. Not only is it the land that launched 1,000 Faulty Towers quotes.
Or would you like a drink before the war? Ning that trespassers will be tied up with piano wax. Sorry. Hors d'oeuvres, which must be obeyed at all times without question. Sorry. Don't mention the war. I mentioned it once, but I think I got away with it all right.
Will you stop talking about the war?
Me? You started it?
We did not start it.
Yes, you did. You invaded Poland.
But it's also the home of that most Aryan of princesses, Leafy Green and the Seven Shrubs. Why, and there's Princess Healthy Tan herself. Germany doesn't really have any show or ride, but it does have a Christmas shop, and it has trains. After so many rides that you must be this tall to enjoy, it's nice of them to offer something to the microscopic people. The rest of us can't ride the trains, but we can certainly watch them.
Mr. Sopwith, aren't you in fact a train spotter? What? Don't you in fact spot trains?
Man, what is it about Germany that brings out my inner John Cleese fanboy?
And over here is Mr. Hilter.
Good afternoon.
Next up is Italy, which also doesn't have a show or a ride, but it has a very fancy looking courtyard. And it has... Okay guys, seriously? Lady and the Tramp aren't from Italy. They ate Italian food in one scene in the movie, but you notice how all the humans other than Tony and Joe speak with an American accent? Okay, I guess that's not always indicative, but they're still not from Italy. Just because they invented the spaghetti kiss does not qualify them to be Italy's topiary. After that horrible display of a lack of research, we move on to the country that Epcot seems proudest of.
Ah, just like we left it, with the USA in charge!
Yes. Woo! And like every other country represented here, they present what we're best known for, fried stuff.
Okay, I'm not going to read too much into the fact that the US Pavilion is bigger than all the others. After all, they portrayed our nation just as accurately as all the others. We all know how our national economy and culture is based exclusively on colonial inns. That's why Bob Newhart is the richest man in the country. The United States features two pieces of entertainment. The first is a show called The American Adventure, a combination of animatronics and film clips featuring great moments in American history, ending with a montage of several influential Americans. Once again, I'm not going to read anything into the fact that they linger on Walt's image longer than anyone else's. Right across the way from that, they have a big concert stage where they often have weekend concerts by various famous people, like Danny Bonaducci's TV brother. Compared to the other countries, the US section has more of a focus on entertainment, but it's light on the shopping. I guess they figure that you can buy American stuff anywhere around here, but it's still odd that all we get is this tiny little shop. But at least you can buy stuff themed after your favorite American athletes, like that British guy. Next we move on to Japan, which has even more gardens than China. It's very relaxing. So lovely and peaceful and... Okay, gotta focus. Once again, not much entertainment, but a lovely setting, and the Japan gift shop will probably be of interest to all my fellow geeks. But what am I talking about? Most of us own this stuff already. We then move on to Morocco.
I confess all my knowledge of Morocco comes from Casablanca, so I fully expect to run into Claude Rains while I'm here.
This is another small one, without much in the way of entertainment other than street performers, but I do like the atmosphere. I like to pretend I'm on the Village of the Crown from King's Quest VI.
Old lamps for new. Old lamps for new.
And then there's France. And wow, there are a lot of Disney characters from France. You couldn't have lent one to Norway or Italy. There's also a lot of food in France, plus another Circle Vision show, although this one's only half the number of screens, so I guess it's a semi-Circle Vision show. I feel kind of ripped off though. I spent hours hanging out in France, and not once did I get stalked by a cute, quirky brunette. Although I didn't get stalked by a species-blind skunk either, so I guess it evens out. After that, we cross a bridge featuring Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, and their princes, because I guess nobody could agree on which country they belong in, but they had to be near each other so they could argue about whose castle was better. We also passed the secret back entrance to Epcot, which I'll get back to when we talk about the resorts. Then the next stop on our tour is England.
England, England, England.
Yes, it's a country this company has a fine history with, going all the way back to Dick Van Dyke's accent in Mary Poppins.
Ah, but I kid, my all-time favorite Disney movie. Okay, so technically this land is dedicated to the entire United Kingdom, but England seems to get the main focus. Of course, there's a tea shop, which most of my friends would enjoy because so many of them are addicted to tea. Although personally, I prefer my caffeine cold and carbonated. But on the other hand, holy crap, they have hobnobs. Hobnobs are one of my favorite snacks ever. I love hobnobs. I'm so excited. Hobnobs. Although, sorry, fellow Spaced fans, but last time I checked, they do not have Jaffa cakes. There's also a toy store, a sporting goods store. Once again, not a whole lot of entertainment, which is kind of odd. You would think the land that brought us Monty Python, Fawlty Towers, P.G. Wodehouse, J.R.R. Tolkien, Douglas Adams, Neil Gaiman, Stephen Fry, Hugh Laurie, Rowan Atkinson, Kenneth Branagh, Michael Caine, Space, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, The Office, Extras, Coupling, Red Dwarf, frickin' William Shakespeare, and the good version of Death at a Funeral would know how to keep us entertained. But it's not completely lacking. There are some street performers, and there's a cover band of a little-known quartet named after a misspelled insect who are apparently kind of popular over there. Finally, we conclude our tour of the planet with the land of poutine and honey, Canada.
It's more than just Robin Sparkles videos, Dudley Do-Right cartoons, and dudes named Rousedower. It's also Martin Short movies.
Yes, Ed Grimley himself hosts this Circle Vision look at our neighbors to the north, a land of waterfalls and buildings that don't seem to have much purpose. Seriously, Epcot, some of these pavilions have so much cool stuff. Why are the others so half-assed? And hey, I didn't know Bambi was Canadian. Or is he? Why should I trust them if they claim Lady and the Tramp are Italian? I don't know if I can trust Epcot or Canada.
They're not even a real country anyway.
At night, World Showcase has its own fireworks show, Illuminations. I hear it's fantastic, but I haven't had a chance to see it myself yet. Which, according to the internet, makes me fully qualified to judge it. Nah, it's okay. Does Epcot hold up to Walt Disney's vision? Certainly not. But I think he still would have liked it, even if he wasn't completely satisfied with it. It's certainly uneven. Not everything in the park is as entertaining as it could be, and much of the educational stuff only begins to look at the very tip of the iceberg. But if it gets people interested in learning more about these subjects on their own, then it's done its job. Like a really overpriced children's museum. There aren't many rides, but Test Track and Mission Space are spectacular enough on their own to warrant a visit. And as rushed as the cultural glances are, you still get to meet people from all over the world, try food from different nations, and so on. Which, sadly, for a lot of us is more international cultural experience than we get in a lifetime. Epcot is best known for this blend of education and entertainment, but that's not what separates it from the Magic Kingdom style parks. No, the thing that separates it from those is booze. Lots and lots and lots of booze. What a lot of these pavilions lack in entertainment, they make up for in libations. There's a reason Future World closes early and World Showcase opens late. They don't want to give people time to get wasted before going on Mission Space. Anyway, join us next time when we move on to Animal Kingdom, where we continue the educational tour and encounter all sorts of wildlife, including the deadliest animal of all.
It turns out it's man.
There is the Komodo dragon. We don't know what it might be there, but we will look. Crikey! Come here. Crocodile! Come closer. I don't see it. Whoa!
So yeah, I have pretty weird friends.
Last time we looked at Epcot, which takes Tomorrowland and It's a Small World and expands them to their own park with less annoying music. It's a park that tries, and to its credit mostly succeeds, at balancing entertainment with education about science and anthropology. It's scant on the rides, but it has a few really great ones. Today we look at Animal Kingdom, which tries to combine the best elements of a theme park with the best elements of a zoo. Although Disney insists that it's not a zoo, going so far as to make up the word not a zoo to describe the park. When Disneyland was first created, it was just one park that had to cover every adventure and fantasy scenario Walt Disney wanted his guests to experience. That may be why you enter the park through Main Street, a portal into an idealized American yesterday. It effectively serves as a transition between the present-day real world using a setting that's familiar enough but still unordinary. However, now that we have enough parks to get their own specific themes, we're no longer leaving our world for a generic mishmash of fantasy, but for a very specific other world. So here, there's no real transition, unless you count the Rainforest Cafe at the border of the park. No, you just enter through a mysterious jungle trail until you arrive at Discovery Island. Where Disneyland and Magic Kingdom have their castles and Epcot has Spaceship Earth, Animal Kingdom's iconic centerpiece is the Tree of Life. Wait a minute, Tree of Life? Where have I heard that before?
This is the promise of the Tree of Life.
Ah! 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 Not off to a good start. I need some Pixar stat. And fortunately, underneath the tree that shall not be named, There's It's Tough to Be a Bug, a 3D educational short hosted by CGI Dave Foley and terrifying giant animatronic Kevin Spacey. It's short, and frankly I don't know anyone who claims that A Bug's Life is their favorite Pixar film, but there are worse ways to learn about insect life. Much like the castles in the original parks, the tree is surrounded by the other lands of Animal Kingdom. Going clockwise, we start with Camp Mini Mickey, which is a kids area, I guess. Okay, I haven't actually checked it out yet. It's not on the way to any of the other areas, you have to cross a bridge to get to it, and I had no reason to go that way. So let's move on to Africa, which gets more than just a bridge this time. In fact, it gets a whole freaking safari. The Kilimanjaro Safari is probably the closest you can get to an actual safari experience without leaving the US. You're in a very bumpy tram, hence my even crappier than usual footage, seeing a bunch of actual animals live and up close, depending on how close they feel like getting to the tram. This basically fulfills Walt Disney's original vision for the Jungle Cruise. The odd thing is, even though we're surrounded by real animals in a real facsimile of their real natural habitats, Disney still insists on adding some fakeness. There's a subplot about poachers being on the loose and catching a baby elephant, but then the poachers get caught off stage and the elephant is recovered. This subplot happens entirely on the radio, and all we actually see of it is an animatronic elephant in the back of a truck. It's the only animatronic in the whole ride, and the subplot adds absolutely nothing to the experience, other than immense confusion as you wonder why they even bothered to include it. Fortunately, it doesn't completely undermine the experience. If you don't want any fakeness at all, Africa also has the Pangani Forest Exploration Trail, which, no matter what Disney tries to tell you, is essentially a zoo exhibit.
It's not a zoo!
But hey, zoos are fun. And I have it on good authority that it's all happening at the zoo. But I'm also told zebras are reactionary. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information. Then you can take a train to Rafiki's Planet Watch, which I haven't bothered to do yet. Okay, I've only been to Animal Kingdom twice, and I haven't had time to do everything, and I heard it's like a 7-minute train ride to get there, and it's so far out of the way, and it just hasn't come up. But I'm told there's a petting zoo, so that's cool, I guess. Anyway, let's move on to this continent.
Asia!
Mr. Travolta.
Asia.
Time has run out. The answer was Asia.
Like any continent worth its salt, Asia has monkeys in the middle.
And what are your thoughts on that monkey in the tree?
I think it'd be funny if we got to these trees and started walking around the park.
If you want to see a wider variety of Asian animals, there's Maharaja Jungle Trek, another zoo-ish area, but a bit more themed than Pangani. The idea is that you're from a nearby village and you're visiting the local nature preserve, which was once the Maharaja's hunting grounds. Our first stop is Bat Country. But if you were warned by Raoul Duke that you can't stop there, don't worry, because there's a shortcut past the bats for those not wishing to see bats, which sounds like the name of a Facebook group started by the Joker. But for those who are wishing to see bats, wow, there are bats. There's also an opportunity to get to know the bats who live in your forest. I don't know, we moved in 16 years ago. At this point, introducing ourselves will be awkward. They also tell us what we can do to embrace the bats, short of, you know, literally embracing them.
My very own Batty Waddy to love and hug and squeeze into itty bitty pieces.
We can build a bat house, let the bats eat the bugs, though I heard from a reliable source that bats are bugs. And yet this poster says nothing about embracing bats by dressing like them to strike fear into the heart of Gotham's criminal element. I guess that's one of those do-your-own additional research things.
2 Batman references in less than a minute? Pretty lazy, Cancel.
Go away. As mentioned, people who are scared of bats can skip them, and go straight to the man-eating tigers. Yeah, I'll bet you didn't know my Calvin and Hobbes reference was foreshadowing, huh? Whose references are lazy now?
Whatever helps you sleep at night, you 2-bit Seltzerberg knockoff!
How dare you, yeah, there's tigers and there's a whole bunch of other animals and, I'm sorry, I need a second.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Finally, there's a section on birds. Huh, I expected something a bit more exotic. Oh, there we go. The trail also lets you skip the birds section. They didn't let you skip the tigers, just the bats and the birds. Nice of them to accommodate people terrified of the concept of flight. And that's the Maharaja Jungle Trek. Hey, remember when Disney parks had rides? Well, our next stop is Kali River Rapids, which is a pretty generic rapid river ride with some subplot about deforestation. It's certainly no Splash Mountain, but it'll hit the spot on a hot day. But if it's a real ride you're after, look no further than Expedition Everest, Legend of the Forbidden Mountain. At first, all I heard about this ride was that it was a roller coaster named after a famous mountain and given a Yeti theme, so naturally I assumed it would just be the equivalent of Disneyland's Matterhorn bobsleds. Turns out that was only partially true. It's actually the Matterhorn bobsleds crossed with Universal's Revenge of the Mummy on a healthy diet of steroids. This is an awesome and fairly intense roller coaster, filled with backwards twists, steep drops, dark tunnels, eerie effects. It's so great that even celebrities want to try it out.
A bunch of paparazzi popping out of nowhere, cameras in your face, and then suddenly.
Well, tell the camera what your reaction was.
I saw Taylor Swift.
We're the indifferent people over here. So for those curious, apparently when you're a celebrity, you don't have to wait in line like everyone else. You just get to skip right ahead.
Taylor Swift!
Some people were more excited about this than others.
Honestly, I wouldn't have known it was her if everyone else hadn't been freaking out, since I tend not to recognize celebrities younger than Peter Lorre. Still, we were in the single rider only line at the time, which was supposed to be the fastest line, and she gets to go in front just because she's a celebrity? I guess celebrities are just allowed to interrupt anyone they choose at all times, right? At least Rafal's excited.
He's still talking about this.
Taylor Swift.
He has not shut up about this ever since we got off the ride.
I have Taylor Swift particles on me.
He thinks he was at the same seat, in the same seat she was in. I'm not so sure, but...
Good. Taylor Swift!
Can you say a sentence that's not related to that incident?
Taylor Swift.
Apparently not. Rafal, what does this stream remind you of?
Taylor Swift.
I knew it. But really, tell us how you really feel.
Taylor Swift? Talking about Taylor Swift.
Still.
Oh my. He's still happy.
Well, I certainly hope we'll find that much excitement in Dinoland, USA. Dinosaur theme parks are always exciting, right?
Oh, Mr. DNA, where did you come from? From your blood.
Dinoland is of course the home of Finding Nemo the musical. Yeah, I don't know why Finding Nemo was made into a musical, or why that musical would be in a land dedicated to dinosaurs. This is another attraction that I haven't actually seen yet, but I hear it's better than you would think. Of course, my expectations have been set really low after hearing one of the songs. It's not just me, right? This song is sappy, bland, and out of place in a setting from the movie.
Now eventually you do plan to have dinosaurs on your dinosaur tour, right?
Anyway, for real dinosaur action, look no further than Chester and Hester's Dino-Rama. Wait, did I say real dinosaur action? Sorry, I meant really cheesy and generic carnival rides with pictures of dinosaurs around them. What's with this, Disney? Your rides are supposed to be better than this. They're supposed to give us magical adventures and unique experiences. They're not supposed to be something I could ride at the Big E for 1/8 of what the ticket here cost. So far, Dinoland is not living up to its name's potential.
After careful consideration, I've decided not to endorse your park.
Now hold on, there's still one last chance to impress me. What's your last-ditch effort? A ride simply called Dinosaur. Yeah, that's creative. To be fair, it was originally called Countdown to Extinction, but it was rebranded to become a tie-in with that movie that nobody saw. You enter the Dino Institute, and first you wait by museum exhibits about dinosaurs narrated by Bill Nye the Science Guy. Then you watch a video orientation where Dr. Claire Huxtable here talks about sending you back in time to visit some dinos.
That the future is truly in the past.
Huh. And this from a theme park that can't leave a classic alone. Oh ho ho, but then the orientation is interrupted by the young, brash, wacky Dr. That One Guy from the Larry Sanders Show.
Phil, you know, I've got this ulcer party.
Oh. Okay, yeah, he's on some other show too, but who cares about that? This guy wants to bring a dinosaur back to the present for research. Because, you know, taking a creature out of not only its natural habitat, but also its natural century can't possibly go wrong.
Right now, our dino should be about here, at the very end of the Cretaceous period.
No. Right now our dinosaur has been dead for millions of years. During the end of the Cretaceous period, he was at the end of the Cretaceous period. Time and space are different things.
You're just not thinking fourth dimensionally.
Right, I have a real problem with that.
If we can find him at this point in time, we can probably find him at an earlier point in time as well. So why do you need to take us to this particular point in time?
That is impossibly close to the giant asteroid impact that destroyed most life forms on Earth.
Oh, right, because the plot demands a ticking clock.
Flash photography? I wouldn't.
No, but you'd endanger tourist lives just because you wouldn't bother to find out where the dinosaur was an hour earlier. After wondering why these clowns don't get their funding pulled, you board your time rovers and the ride begins. I would say it's Disneyland's Indiana Jones ride crossed with Universal's Jurassic Park River ride, but no, it's just the Indiana Jones ride with dinosaurs. Same cars, same basic layout, same effects, the only difference is that it has dinosaurs and it's pitch black. And while it's not a bad ride, certainly the best Dino Land has to offer, it still doesn't reach the perfection of its Indiana Jones counterpart because you can't see a damn thing. The Indiana Jones ride is great for many reasons, but one of the biggest is, of course, the atmosphere. You really feel like you've been pulled into an adventure from one of the movies as you see the temple around you. Seeing a couple of dinosaurs is cool, and there are some great moments like the dinosaur that follows your car, but there's not nearly the same scale here. Still, it is the second best ride in Animal Kingdom right after Everest, but that's not saying much considering the number and quality of rides in the park. But then Animal Kingdom isn't focused on rides. The rides almost seem like something they put in as an afterthought out of obligation. The focus is on seeing animals, and you can do that a lot. Still, there are lots of places you can see animals for much cheaper that are probably closer to your home. Is it really worth coming to Animal Kingdom just for Everest dinosaur and a fake safari? Well, if you have a pass to multiple parks, yeah, Animal Kingdom is worth checking out if you have the time. But let's be honest, if I could only afford to visit one of the parks, it wouldn't be this one. Still, Everest is awesome, dinosaurs as close as we get to Indiana Jones, the safari is neat, the animals are cool. I did enjoy the park, I just wouldn't recommend it over the other Disney parks.
So that was Animal Kingdom, including that most dangerous of all animals, celebrities.
Taylor Swift.
And their creepy stalkers.
And there will be a lot more celebrities ahead at Disney's Hollywood Studios.
Zebras are reactionaries, antelopes are missionaries, pigeons blocked in secrecy, and hamsters turn on frequently. What a gas you got to come and see at the zoo, at the zoo, at the zoo.
Hey everybody, Dave here, and I'm back at Disney World! Yeah, here's the thing. I know I said that the Hollywood Studios video was supposed to come next, but unfortunately my external hard drive died. For absolutely no reason. One day it was working, and then I left it overnight, and in the morning it just wasn't working. I have absolutely no idea what happened to it. And like an idiot, I didn't exactly have the video backed up. But since the footage was about 1.5 years old by now anyway, I thought, why not just reshoot the footage? Reshoot it, do a whole new Hollywood Studios video, and then re-edit the whole thing starting over from scratch, and you know, now that I say it out loud, I worry I might have some masochistic tendencies. But that's not important right now. What's important is that I'm going to redo Hollywood Studios and the resort video that comes afterwards, but first I'm going to do 2 new videos, 2 previously unannounced videos. First covering all the things I missed at the first 3 parks, and second covering all the things that have changed in the 1.5 years since I shot the first 3 park videos. So, if you're a fan of one of the many things in the first 3 Disney parks that I neglected to mention in the first 3 videos, let me know by December 1st, 2011 what a horrible person I am for missing it, and I'll try and get it into the next video. In the meantime, I'm off to spam Twitter to try and stop Community from getting canceled.
The show's gonna last 3 weeks!
6 seasons and a movie!
Take care.
Just sucks, man. I mean, I had the next 2 episodes completely edited. They were ready to go. And I kept saying to myself, you know, Dave, you should really back these episodes up so they're not just on the one hard drive. And then I kept putting it off until it was too late.
Yeah, when you called me, you said a family member had died, not a hard drive.
And the footage was already over a year old anyway. I mean, do I really want to go and re-edit it again? Is it even relevant at this point?
I took a train here from Baltimore. It was kind of expensive. Are you at least gonna pay me back for the Coke I bought you?
But do I really want to go through the trouble of starting over from scratch? I mean, going on all those rides again, sitting through all those shows, that stupid Little Mermaid show, I mean, is it really worth it? Does anybody really want to watch me go to Disney World? I mean, what is so entertaining about me going to Disney World?
You've been sitting here moping for 6 months. I really wanted to ride Primeval World.
You know what? You're right. I'm done moping. I'm done feeling sorry for myself. Today, I finally take on Hollywood Studios. Screw it. I'm going back to Tomorrowland. It's no secret, I love Disney parks. But just because you love something overall doesn't mean that every little bit of it can grab your interest. As a result, there are some things I've never checked out, even in parks I've visited several times. Also throw in the fact that I wasn't really planning the first batch of Dave Does Disney videos to be in-depth analyses, and I was just going along with whatever rides my friends wanted to do. And that's why there are a number of things in those parks I just kinda glossed over in my videos. But now that I'm back in Florida for a little while longer, I can revisit some of the stuff I skipped. For instance, as of the time I made my Magic Kingdom video, the only Tomorrowland rides I had done were Space Mountain and Buzz Lightyear. But now I've checked out more of the Tomorrowland attractions. Unfortunately, the cast members didn't let me film any except for the People Mover. Oh look, it's moving people, exciting internet video. So I'll just have to describe what I saw. Monsters, Inc. Laugh Floor was a lot like Turtle Talk with Crush, except for the Monstropolis stand-up comedians. Stitch's Great Escape had a fantastic Stitch animatronic, but left you smelling like chili dogs. And then there's Carousel of Progress, which I really wish I was allowed to film inside because there's a lot to say about it. Disney built this for General Electric's display at the 1964 World's Fair, and then it was at Disneyland's Tomorrowland until the mid-70s when it was physically moved to Walt Disney World. This makes it not only the oldest attraction at Disney World, but also the only one Walt Disney actually touched.
Quick, try and catch his aura!
Like Spaceship Earth, there have been several revisions and versions of this over the years, but they've all showed several scenes of a family throughout various points in history, led by a patriarch currently voiced by the Christmas Story guy. Since I don't have any footage, I'll just have to reenact them.
Hey, yes sir, we sure do live in a golden age here in either 1904, 1927, 1940-something, or the 80s idea of the near future. I just love talking about the groundbreaking technological advancements that went into these old-timey common household items that I use every day. And I hear tell I'm about to name drop some famous historical figure who's planning something big for next year. But I think they'll never amount to a thing. My family sure interrupts me a lot. Women, am I right? Also, I think this show contains a scene where my son's looking at my porn. That's kind of weird. Yes, technology has reached its peak here in the distant past, and it's absolutely impossible that things will ever get any better than they are right now. There's a great, big, beautiful tomorrow, shining on the end of every day.
The gimmick that makes Carousel of Progress different is that the scenes don't change on stage, the audience room rotates around the stage. It's just enough of a ride to definitely not be considered a real ride. Despite all of its cheesiness, it has a genuine charm and optimism, and the theme by the Sherman Brothers is just as catchy as Small World, but not nearly as annoying. I also felt bad that I never stuck around Epcot long enough to watch Illuminations after hearing such great things about it. So I rectified that, and yes, Illuminations is much better than Wishes. Fireworks, actual fire, lasers, a Jumbotron globe, and so much seating around the lagoon that you can get a slightly different show each time around. Yes, it's a quite impressive tribute to nature, unity, and corporate sponsorship.
Presented by Sylvania, a Siemens company.
At least they got to that punchline faster than Paul and Storm ever do.
Disgusted are from the ladies. A few excited eyes.
More importantly, you've stopped giggling at the word seaman. And that's the mark of a real seaman.
Oh, I never said anything about Ellen's Energy Adventure either, did I? It's long, and educational, and celebrity-centric, and a bit dated. It's got some funny jokes. It's got Ellen DeGeneres, so I can use this clip.
Whoa, 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 whoa! What is this? The Ellen DeGeneres show?
It's got Bill Nye the Science Guy, so I can use this clip. The plot revolves around Jeopardy, so I can use this clip.
Time has run out. The answer was Asia.
Or this clip.
I lost on Jeopardy, baby.
Or this clip.
What is a Regis Philbin?
It's got dinosaurs, and wow, Bill Nye is involved in every dinosaur attraction at this resort. It's got robot zombie Ellen DeGeneres, which is just an awesome combination of words. Oh, it's got Jamie Lee Curtis, and she calls Ellen stupid, so I can use this clip.
Oh, right! To call you stupid would be an insult to stupid people!
It's got an animated representation of the Big Bang, so I'm sure someone will kill me if I don't do this.
Our whole universe was in a hot, dense state that nearly 14 billion years ago expansion started. Wait.
It's got Michael Richards as a caveman. I can't even choose what I should use for that. Oh, and they talk about oil, so I can use...
Oh, what is black gold, Texas tea, swimming pools, movie stars? What is the Beverly Hillbillies?
Well, if you're going to make the references before I do, I guess I don't even need to be here. But the park that really got the short shift in my first batch of videos was Animal Kingdom, since I had only been twice. So let's take a look at Camp Mini Mickey, which I assumed was just a kids area, but in actuality, it's even less than that. It's themed as a campground where everyone's favorite Disney characters hike, go fishing, and get eaten by bears? What the hell? And what wondrous campground things are there to do at this camp? Character meet and greets, and that's pretty much it. Why is this area so cheap? Well, it was originally supposed to be Beastly Kingdom, a fantasy realm that sounds absolutely kick-ass, complete with a dragon roller coaster. But the park went over budget, so all that's left of Beastly Kingdom are a few leftover icons, and whatever ideas the Imagineers brought to Islands of Adventure's Lost Continent when they left for Universal. That said, there is one reason to cross this bridge, and that's the Festival of the Lion King. Yeah, I was remiss not to try and get to this before releasing the original Animal Kingdom video, considering when Animal Kingdom first opened, it was practically marketed as the Lion King Park. Located in a theater in the round that's bigger than a black box, this is just one of a handful of live shows based on Disney's animated flicks of the 90s, and I'll talk about some others when we get to Hollywood Studios. But the main thing that sets this one apart is that it's not just a straightforward adaptation of the story, it's a festival held by the characters and their inexplicable human narrator friends, celebrating the kingdom's heritage. Each seating section is assigned a different animal, so it sucks to be you, warthogs. The human narrators teach the audience to make the animal noises, which sounds dirty when I say it out loud, but I'm sure it's perfectly innocent, right?
And what's your name? Tom. Tom. Well, I think that's Swahili for it's my lucky day.
Festival of the Lion King. Come for the song, stay for the awkward sexual tension with the narrators. Then the animals start to enter, and it turns out animals are actually low-rent Cirque du Soleil dancers. Who knew? Then we hear this familiar sound. And bam! Parade floats with animals and a Nathan Lane mascot with a mechanical face. Okay, I realize the idea is to build it around familiar songs from the movie, but why at Simba's majestic festival does he have them sing the song from his awkward, self-centered, hedonistic youth?
Hakuna Matata.
Oh good, the wise, mature Simba has them sing another song that actually represents a low point in the movie's character arc and an attitude that was proven to be incorrect and had to be overcome in order to resolve the central conflict. But what do you expect from the company that constantly tries to pass Sorcerer's Apprentice Mickey off as a hero instead of the disobedient troublemaker he was? Disney parks. Missing the f***ing point. Oh, but then there are some neat acrobats dressed as monkeys, so yay! Did Simba get stoned before watching the show?
Hey there, big fella. Hey, nice hat. So, where you from? Yikes!
But then the lights dim and Timon gets scared as the head narrator comes out and sings Be Prepared.
I know it sounds sordid, but you'll be rewarded when at last I'm proven my views. And injustice, delicious instead.
Wait, the narrator is leading a revolt against Simba? Holy crap, what a twist! The narrator, the guy who welcomed us, who we trusted, was evil all along! I thought the classic battle was between evil and the narrator, but no! Look, you can tell they're evil because of all the fire! Why is Simba so okay with this happening? Why are you people applauding? The narrator just sang about overthrowing the king right in front of him. Was that really part of the act? I mean, I understand respecting your culture's history, but Simba really wanted a musical number about killing his dad to be part of the festival? Do Civil War reenactments take some time for a John Wilkes Booth tap dance? Man, lions are weird. Oh, but now it all makes sense because it's time for an avian Kama Sutra.
What's your favorite position?
Back to back.
How would that even... Well, as long as you're happy with it.
Push me higher.
Go team!
Why, Jerry Lewis?
The world in perfect harmony with all its living things. Now that, my friends, is a time of joyous celebration.
Oh good, evil narrator went back to his alternate dimension, and we have hippie narrator back.
And now, everybody, it's time for you to join in the fun as we kick off our celebration finale. The natives are getting restless.
What, singing Nazi hyena songs wasn't restless enough? I'm sorry, I can't get past that. Almost every song in the show has been either from Simba's hedonistic douchebag youth or from the villain. You can't just take them out of the context of the story and have them work. But now it's time for a cover of the song that puts the royal in royalty disputes.
Well, now, I think we are being challenged here. I'll tell you what, our lions and warthogs against your giraffes and your elephants. Now,
it's finally happened. Disney is pitting its own audience members against each other in a bloody battle royale for their own amusement.
My darling, don't fear, my darling, the lions sleep tonight.
So everyone sings The Lion Sleeps Tonight, some children get abducted, and that's the finale, right? Wrong. We need a medley of all the songs whose presence made no sense. Hey, careful where you swing that bird. You'll chop somebody's head off. Well, except for the living things who are still single. This juxtaposition makes me realize that this might have been a much better villain song. I'm going to be a mighty king, so enemies beware. I just can't wait to live. Pride Rock Eyewitness News. And then all the performers clear the stage, leaving the king just sitting there. Man, Pride Rock's Secret Service is lacking. Okay, snarky nitpicks aside, this is actually a pretty good show. It may not hold up to logical scrutiny, but even then it makes more sense than some of the shows that actually try to follow the plots of the movies they're based on. But we'll get to that later. But what it lacks in cohesiveness, it more than makes up for in spectacle. The dancers, the acrobats, the colors, the lights, in person it's all quite breathtaking. and my initial opinion of Animal Kingdom as a whole would have been a lot higher had I seen this originally. While we're still on the subject of The Lion King, Rafiki's Planet Watch. Hey, why not? If nothing else, we get a train ride out of it. The train takes you behind the scenes of the park's more zoo-like operations, then to a station where you have to walk down another trail for a while. Eventually you get to a building with EPCOT-type educational stuff and the promised petting zoo, and there's an educational film narrated by Rafiki, so... Actually, Rafiki contributes very little to his own Planet Watch other than exposition and pointing. So about as much as he contributed to the movie then. Yeah, it's admirable of Disney to provide so much educational stuff for the kids, but what kid is really going to have the patience to take a train out of their way and then walk down a path for it? I don't have the patience for it, and I spent the last year of my life cobbling together Disney footage. Anyway, we conclude the Stuff I Missed Last Time tour with Finding Nemo the Musical. I already expressed a distaste for the opening song as it played at Epcot's The Seas, but I have to admit it's a bit better in context, and when it's not being sung by a sappy children's choir. The songs are written by the composers of Avenue Q, which is kind of appropriate since the whole thing has the vibe of an Avenue Q, Julie Taymor sort of thing, with amazing production design, puppetry, and costumes that are either awesome or terrifying. The story is a condensed version of the story from the movie, where Nemo is sought after by Marlin and Dory, played here by impersonators of the Pop My Culture podcast.
I'm not even sure what I just said.
May I help you?
I'm gonna call her a cab.
I'm gonna call you a cab. Cab?
Just keep swimming.
Some of the songs are quite good, some are just average. But the show's still worth a watch. So between this and The Lion King, there's 2 more reasons to visit Animal Kingdom. So that's a few of the things I missed from the first 3 parks. Join us next time when we look at all the stuff that's changed since I originally looked at these parks.
Oh, it takes a little effort to hold your head up straight, to laugh as if you mean it, to whistle while you wait. It takes a little effort to warm up one more smile, to bear another stare, to brave another mile.
It has now been 7 months since I released the first episode of Dave Does Disney, but it's been over a year since I shot it. And because Disney is less satisfied with its own output than Mark Zuckerberg, a lot of things have changed since then. Like Epcot. It's now plastered with everyone's favorite character, Duffy. Who the hell is Duffy?
Oh, yes, my good friend, of course.
Turns out Duffy is the Disney Bear! Oh, this newcomer thinks he can just waltz in uninvited and take the Disney Bear title? After Pooh, Humphrey, Baloo, Little John, the Country Bears, the Gummy Bears, Brer Bear, Brother Bear, and the Bear in a Big Blue House all toil endlessly at this company without recognition, this guy can just declare himself the representative of all bears Disney? So Duffy is a bear that Minnie made for Mickey because he was lonely on his international journeys, so he needed someone even more bland and corporate mascot-y than he had become over the years. And it worked because kids really love Duffy. He has no personality, no established character traits, he's just cute and easy to dress up for the holidays, and the kids are eating this up.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
Aside from one major change at Hollywood Studios, which we'll get to later, the park that changed the most is, naturally, the most popular park, Magic Kingdom. Now, there are some different shows and parades now, but I won't talk about all that because who cares about parades? They don't make sense anyway. I mean, where would Julie Andrews, Dick Van Dyke, Robin Williams, Bob Newhart, Ava Gabor, that guy from Full House, and a baby elephant really be hanging out together? The greatest fan fiction ever, that's where. But updates to the attractions, that's worth discussing. For instance, the Tiki Room apparently dropped its new management and went back to the classic Disneyland show. Because if Gilbert Gottfried isn't good enough for Aflac's birds, he's not good enough for Disney's. Oh, and Pirates of the Caribbean replaced CGI Bill Nighy with live-action Ian McShane.
Hi, Lovejoy.
Hey, it's Lovejoy.
And whatever, the damage was already done with Pirates, but it just reinforces the fact that they're treating Pirates like a commercial instead of as its own work of art. Space Mountain saw a few minor changes. They've added some more galactic lighting effects and a bit of music, and while it's not the full kick-ass score from Old Mikey that Disneyland has, it does share a lot of the motifs. But so far, most of these have been minor changes or reversions to a time from the past. Let's look at some slightly more major renovations with the Haunted Mansion. First off, there's a whole new cemetery. For a long time, this was the only stretch of cemetery in the line, with the only particularly special thing about it being Madame Leota's eyes. Well, and the LucasArts/Sierra-style gravestone epitaphs.
One night, such a pity, she tripped on her kitty and fell off the cliff with a splat.
The good news is, he's dead.
The bad news is, he bred.
But now they've added a new cemetery, which not only makes the line more fun, but splits the line so that it's slightly shorter for those who don't care about the cemetery. The new stuff contains interactive music, a dead poet who listens to your suggestions, an easy-to-solve riddle, bubbles, lots more adventure game epitaphs, and plenty of homages to the various Imagineers and artists who made the classic ride possible. The downside is, to make room for the new cemetery, they had to remove some trees that previously obscured the show building, so the illusion is no longer as solid as it used to be. Still, it's fun to have things like this in a line to make the wait less unbearable. Oh, and the hitchhiking ghosts have been replaced by new CGI versions. Huh. I really don't know how to think about this. Sure, using CGI on a screen doesn't have the same charm as using animatronics on a conveyor belt behind a two-way mirror, but the method shouldn't matter as much as the result, and this version allows for less uniformity with new gags, including ghosts messing with your very head. And yeah, I came down on the CGI Davy Jones and Pirates, but that was because it looked out of place and because I was already ranting about pirates anyway. This doesn't look as out of place, especially in a ride that has things like Madame Leota, but it still doesn't look quite natural to the rest of the mansion. I don't know, I need a moment to think this over. I'm gonna grab a snack from Buddy Hackett and... what? That's not a snack bar, that's a work wall. A work wall behind which they're building the new Fantasyland? That is awesome! Look at this, a new Journey of the Little Mermaid ride, probably like the one California Adventure just got, a new Seven Dwarfs Minecar roller coaster, a new circus where there will be 2 copies of the Dumbo ride, and a lot of new Beauty and the Beast stuff. This is a much better use of the space than Toontown's Opposite Coast Fair. Now, even with this expansion, Magic Kingdom's Fantasyland still won't have everything Disneyland's does. In fact, they'll have 1 ride fewer in common because Florida's version of Scary Adventures will close when there's a new Snow White ride in town. But it does mean that it will no longer be just a pale shadow of the California Fantasyland. It'll now have plenty of its own to offer, and I can't wait to see it all in sometime over the next 2 or 3 years. Damn it, construction, move faster! In the meantime, however, we have the most recent complete addition to the Magic Kingdom, a children's card game. It's Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom, a scavenger hunt of sorts in the vein of EPCOT's Kim Possible game. Hades is attempting to find the scattered pieces of some magic crystal so he can take over the Magic Kingdom, and he's recruiting Disney villains to help him out. As the Magic Kingdom's only defense, Merlin is recruiting sorcerers such as you to stop these villains. You get several cards. First, a key that unlocks portals to where the characters are, insert reference here, and then a number of spell cards that can be used to fight against the villains. There are several different hunts, each set in a single land with a single main villain. So Main Street has Cruella de Vil, Fantasyland has either Ursula or Maleficent, Frontierland has either Ratcliffe or Dr. Facilier, and Adventureland has either Scar, Jafar, or Yzma. Each hunt basically follows more or less the same formula. First you go to a portal that sets up the exposition, then a portal where you fight a bad guy with a spell, then a portal where you have to use the Sorcerer's Crest on the back of the spell cards to do something, then a boss portal where you fight the land's villain with 2 spells, and then you win! There's no prize, but the cards are collectible! Then, once you win 1 game, you can either take up your next assignment at a new land's game, or go do something else with your life. There is so much I love about this in theory. I like the idea of a park-wide attraction, giving the Magic Kingdom a unique sort of cohesiveness, like this is all part of a single world, but there are a few weaknesses. For one thing, the locations of the portals are randomly assigned within each land, so the same screen may be used for Step 1 of one person's game and Step 3 for another. This is good because it means if you're in line behind people, you're less likely to see the same clip too many times, but if the line's long enough, you're going to see something at least twice anyway. I only played 3 rounds of this game, and I felt like I had seen the whole thing. Also, waiting in line only to realize that you're at the wrong portal is a real pain. Although at least they tell you you're at the wrong portal.
You are at the wrong portal! You need to go to this one here!
Wait, the card actually does remember what portal you're supposed to go to?
What else do you know, card? What other secrets are you remembering?
I guess the randomized destinations are also good because you won't be in line with the same people each time, but it's bad because it means they don't get to make good use of the locations. There's nothing special about, say, being at the portal outside Pirates of the Caribbean. It's just where you happen to be seeing something going on somewhere else in very cheap animation. Making everything interchangeable is efficient, but it means that nothing gets to be special. And speaking of interchangeable, it doesn't seem to make any difference which spells you use. There will be a slightly different spell animation with each one, but the results will always be the same, which cuts down on a lot of the motivation to collect them all. The cards do have stats and classes, so you would think those things would, make a difference. And yes, making them interchangeable is easier on kids who aren't quite so card game minded, everyone's a winner, blah blah blah.
Only grown-ups are allowed to play children's card games.
But I hope in the future they introduce a more challenging mode where the cards you choose really do matter, because adding even the tiniest bit of strategy would make this game a lot more fun. Also, the cameras that read your cards aren't always that well hidden. Also, what happens when you beat all the villains? Does it just start over? Or do you ever get to fight Hades? Because a boss battle hunt throughout the entire Magic Kingdom would be great, but having to beat 8 of basically the exact same game to get to it would just be tedious. And why isn't there a game for Tomorrowland? Couldn't they use Zurg from the animated series, or, I don't know, Long John Silver from Treasure Planet, or somebody from Atlantis? I never saw those movies, would that even make sense? I do like that for once they acknowledge that some of these villains are dead and Hades is rescuing them from hell in exchange for helping him out. Of course, if they get something like that canonically correct, there's gotta be something else they screw up. Ursula's already dead, but Ariel's still a mermaid. Why?
But Perdita and all 101 puppies in hiding?
There are only 99 puppies. Pongo and Perdita count as 2 of the 101. And come on, we have a game centering around Merlin, but no love for Archimedes? I hope Disney does end up developing this into something really, really cool, because there's a lot of potential here. It's a wonderfully creative idea, and it could set a basis for new types of attractions. And since they already have the system in place, it can't be that hard to update it as time goes on. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a holiday version at the very least. As it stands now, kids will probably really like the game, and it's worth trying out, but don't be surprised if you find yourself distracted by a short wait time for Hall of Presidents. Phew, that was close. For a minute I thought I was going to be completely positive about all the new changes. Just feels really dirty not being at least a little bit curmudgeonly. There, now that we're all caught up on the parks I already made videos about, join us next time as we finally move on to Disney's Hollywood Studios. Seriously, I mean it this time.
And you look like a victim of a surgical crime. A little Darth Vader, a little Optimus Prime. You used to be okay, and I liked you that way. But I don't think that I like you better. No, I don't think that I like you better.
Wow, it seemed like this day would never come. Are you ready for this?
Ready as I'll ever be. I've got my original script still here, and aside from a few updates I have to make to accommodate for some random acts of Lucas, I pretty much can just recreate my original video for this park. I think I'm ready for this park recreation.
Kind of a random reference.
What, Dave made a pointless reference for reference's sake? I'm shocked!
I hate you. Today, we finally look at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Much like Disney's main studio-branded theme park competitor, Universal Studios, Hollywood Studios is dedicated to the entertainment industry. Movies, television, theater, and music all get honored here, and not just from Disney-owned properties. Movies and television owned by Warner Brothers, CBS, and MGM, just to name a few, all get a little bit of love. In fact, you may remember that this park originally opened under the name Disney MGM Studios. Disney had special license from MGM to use the name for the theme park, but MGM wasn't too happy when they found out Disney was using the property as an actual studio, shooting various Disney Channel shows like that Mickey Mouse Club remake that brought these people to the world. So MGM sued Disney, but Disney sued MGM back when MGM wanted to use their name on other theme parks, and long story short, the park is now Disney Hollywood Studios. The theming of the park ranges from the image of classic Hollywood to generic movie backlots to very specific New York or San Francisco backlots. And according to Wikipedia, parts of Newsies were filmed at the stages here, so just remember when you visit the park, you might not be far from the place where Christian Bale tried to sing.
Where does it say you gotta live and die here? Where does it say a guy can't catch a break?
He's not hideous, but it might be better in the Batman voice.
Santa Fe! Are you there? Do you swear you won't forget me?
As you enter the park, you walk down Hollywood Boulevard. Much like Main Street USA's atmosphere of a romanticized old-timey Americana, Hollywood Boulevard projects a romanticized old-timey Hollywood, full of cast members playing all those Hollywood character archetypes.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you standing there. Of course, I'm Dora Menesman, the greatest star in the entire universe, and I just want to say I love all of you little people out there in Hollywood land for loving me. And in closing, I want to say I love you and the man behind that camera. That's you. Now please cut the camera.
The road leads right to a Disney Channel stage, obscuring the giant sorcerer's hat, which is obscuring a building designed after the famous Warner's, Paramount's, Mann's, Grauman's Chinese Theater, which houses the Great Movie Ride. The Great Movie Ride is a slow-moving tram through animatronic recreations of classic cinema scenes from not only Disney, but just about every major studio. With one notable exception. Sure, conflict of interest and all, but the absence is noticeable.
The horror film is my all-time favorite genre. Some of the best horror films were produced back in the 1930s and 40s.
But we choose not to mention any by name. And it has nothing to do with the fact that they were all made by a studio who thinks they're so great with their own theme park and their precious little wizarding world. We'll see who's laughing when we take back Spider-Man from you bastards. If you're a movie buff, it's worth checking out. Classic film scenes, and some extra fun when a gangster played by a real human underpaid cast member hijacks your ride. And hey, a scene from Raiders. Sorry Disney, but this does not make up for the lack of the Indiana Jones adventure. One thing you'll notice quickly around Hollywood studios is that there are more shows here than rides. Take the unavoidable advertisements for the American Idol experience, where you too can know what it feels like to have your passions berated and your dreams crushed by a panel of has-beens right before going viral and being ridiculed by the entire internet. If you're very lucky, Paul F. Tompkins might turn you into a running gag. So yeah, it's an audience participation show. I haven't checked it out myself yet, but I imagine they run it so often that they have to cancel much better shows just to make room for it. Let's move on to a show I have seen, the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular. The premise here is that we're witnessing the second unit get some stunt pickups for Raiders of the Lost Ark. And all the stunt pickups appear to be long, unbroken takes. This barely resembles any film set I've ever been on, but then it barely resembles any scenes from Raiders I remember. All joking aside, it is a pretty cool stunt show, and once again it has an audience participation element. Some lucky audience members get a chance to be extras in the marketplace scene. There's some fun stunts and some cool slapstick gags, but it still doesn't make up for the lack of the ride. And speaking of rides, and Lucas, let's talk about Star Tours. Now, I rode the original Star Tours in Disneyland long before I ever even saw a Star Wars movie, so I have just as much nostalgia for it as I do for the original trilogy. Yeah, it was kinda slapstick, but it was funnier than most recent attempts at humor in the Star Wars universe. I loved every detail, even in the queue, from the bickering of 3PO and R2 to the silhouette of 2-1B repairing wrecks between the flights. Everything about the ride was so delightfully 80s, harkening back to a Star Wars before this, and when enough time had passed to heal the scars from this. In my original cut of the episode, the only thing I really had to say was
the Disneyland version. You're at a spaceport in Tomorrowland and you're about to take a trip to Endor. The Disney World version here, we're clearly already on Endor.
But of course, in the time since I shot that, Disney and Lucas did what they do best. Change things that were already fine. Yes, folks, this is now Star Tours 2, The Adventures Continue, which of course is set long before the events of the original Star Tours because that's what the word continue means. The new version is in 3D with a randomized on-ride film that takes you to a variety of locations from the prequels as well as the original trilogy. And let me tell you, they replaced my first Star Wars film experience, the ride that went a long way into shaping me into the geek I am today, with this new ride that is actually really, really good. I'm sorry, I know you want another pirate-style rant, but the new Star Tours is excellent. In fact, I hate to say this because I prefer to be blinded by nostalgia at all costs, but this ride is not only a better Star Wars experience than the original, it's a better ride altogether. The effects are better, the motion is better, the variety of ride experiences is better. Sure, it's not flawless. It doesn't make much sense how each location features the exact technology and the exact condition we saw from that location in the movies, even though we saw them all decades apart in the movies. Unless we're traveling through time, and this ride is also trying to fill the void left by Universal closing Back to the Future. It also doesn't make much sense why Yoda is apparently out of isolation and working with the Rebel Alliance at the same time as Leia and Akbar. And this window that once contained my favorite Easter egg now just contains characters walking around aimlessly, and I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be a window to. A lobby? A lounge? An employee section? Slave quarters? I don't know. But then there was a lot in the original Star Tours that didn't make much sense, like exactly what time frame it took place in that allowed the Death Star to be there, or why 3PO and R2 were working at an airline during said time frame. This version at least justifies that by mentioning Captain Antilles lent them to Star Tours, hinting that their role is part of a spy smuggling operation. And you may be the spy. That's right, audience participation! One passenger is chosen at random to be the rebel spy. You don't actually have to do anything, they just show your picture and make you feel obligated to buy a t-shirt. But can you imagine being a kid chosen to be the spy? That's why I say this is a better Star Wars experience than the original. While the original just had you near Star Wars events as a witness like the first Pink 5 film, this puts you into the Star Wars events like the later Pink 5 films. You're no longer just innocent bystanders, you're the main characters in the story. And having 3PO as the pilot instead of some random droid kids don't even know yet makes it feel that much more Star Wars-y. And there's still plenty of references to the classic ride, including an appearance in the queue of some defective Rexes whose malfunctions cause him to spout some familiar catchphrases.
This is crack.
But while we don't get any new Paul Rubens dialogue, we do get Patrick Warburton and Allison Janney. And is that John Ratzenberger? I'm seriously asking. The only info I can find on the internet is other people asking the same question. Man, that's obscure fan service if they really put Bren Derlin in the ride.
I really hope you had to look that character's name up.
Yeah, that's right. I looked it up. I did not just know Cliff Clavin's Star Wars name off the top of my head.
I almost feel bad mocking you.
There's a lot of great jokes in the queue, including inside jokes for Star Wars fans and for Disney fans.
Rather annoying. No, just jump up. All of you.
Vehicle ID THX1138. Please return to your craft.
TK421? Why isn't he at his post?
I really like this gag where the oblivious baggage check droid is supposed to stop droid smuggling and, well, doesn't. The attention to detail is spectacular, and the ride contains the very best 3D I've ever seen. Sure, the graphics look more like a video game than a movie, and it's missing the charm of the original scale models, but the depth is incredible. Now, I still miss the original Star Tours. It was a vital part of my childhood, and I kind of hope they roll it back out for a special occasion or two like they did with Captain EO. Come on, with so many ships, you could let one of them have the old ride film. But when you take off the nostalgia goggles, this ride is a worthy successor. And when was the last time you said that about a Lucas update?
We hope you enjoyed your flight, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Goodbye!
Okay, we need to move on, but as long as we're on the subject of 3D films with Frank Oz's voice, it's the Muppet Vision 3D, which was actually the last Muppet project Jim Henson directed before his death.
So if any one of you corporate bastards even thinks of updating this for a new generation, I will not be held responsible for my actions.
The film was written by Big Bang Theory co-creator Bill Prady, and the story is not the point. The point is that we have all of our favorite Muppet characters doing classic Muppet gags in 3D. We get to sit in a replica of the Muppet Show Theater. We get an animatronic Statler and Waldorf. The Swedish chef is running the projector, just like in the Muppet movie. Sweetums runs around in the theater. And then there's Waldo. Your mileage may vary on Waldo. Some people find him incredibly annoying, but me, he just makes me sad. Waldo was Jim Henson's experiment with real-time 3D CGI puppetry, and seeing him just reminds me of how many of Henson's ambitious projects and innovations were never fully realized. I would give anything to see what Henson could create with modern special effect technology, and unfortunately that will never come to pass.
You know, guys, when we do a 2-minute piece with Waldo, it takes the computer 120 hours to create the final picture.
Still, overall the film is fun, funny, and filled with that undeniable Muppet spirit that went missing for so long until Jason Segel descended from on high to bring it back. I also have to mention the gift shop, which, despite a disturbing amount of non-Muppet stuff, is full of all sorts of great hidden and inside jokes. Parts of the store are themed after classic Muppet movie sets like the Happiness Hotel from The Great Muppet Caper. The decorations are packed with gags. It's basically everything a Muppet-themed area should be. Well, except for one detail, it's way too small. Originally, Disney MGM Studios was going to have an entire Muppet Land, including a dark ride, but all that came out of it was the 3D show and a costume live show that I've only seen on YouTube, but it wasn't that great. All the other plans fell apart after Henson's death. Okay, you know what? I was sad enough that the world doesn't have Jim Henson before hearing about all this. I don't need even more reasons to know that his loss was history's greatest tragedy. But Henson had said that he wanted the world of the Muppets to go on after he was gone. I realize the original plans fell through, but you own the Muppets now, Disney, and you have acres and acres of undeveloped land. Screw just one section, give the Muppets their own entire park.
They're here.
Forget it, I'm just gonna cheer myself up by focusing on all the fun details again. Hey, wait, shouldn't the nursery set be for Muppets Take Manhattan?
This guy's nitpicking makes us look tame.
And his impressions of our voices make us sound lame. Okay, time for a lunch break. And what restaurant could possibly be more fun than Pizza Planet? What is this? This isn't Pizza Planet. This is nothing but a generic arcade and pizza place in a generic building with the Pizza Planet logo slapped on it. Didn't you even see the movie? That's where I want to go. Look at that place. Holy crap, it's awesome. And here they just pour salt on the wounds by reminding us what Pizza Planet in the movie looked like before giving us this mediocrity. Hell, look at all these crane games, and not a single one of them looks like the one from the movie. They could at least have put the ubiquitous Pizza Planet truck outside, but no. Pizza Planet, you fail. Damn it. Is there a cathartic outlet for uncontrollable rage in the house? Oh, that'll do. Lights, Motors, Action is a stunt show where we're supposedly watching a second unit team film action sequences.
Anyway, tonight on It's the Mind, we examine the phenomenon of deja vu.
But what sets this one apart from Indy is the extended sequence of Cars 2 cross-promotion. Because it's not a show about how awesome stunt drivers are without some cars that you pretend don't have drivers. Aside from that, most of the show is filled with the sorts of stunts you'd expect, with cars, bikes, jet skis, explosions, and all the engine noise your migraine can handle. And of course, there's an audience participation bit. Sort of. At one point, the director asks for a volunteer from the audience who's qualified to drive a very special car.
Find me a kid. Yeah.
And this director went to the Zordon School of Measuring Qualifications. So the kid is controlling the car via remote control. Or is he?
No, it's just Chuck Testa.
See the driver on the side of the car? Yeah, that's who's actually driving the car.
Also, there's no Easter Bunny, and your parents are only raising you so they can harvest your organs for the Cyclos. Enjoy the rest of your magical day at Hollywood Studios, kid. Oh, but they give him a special pin, so that makes it all better. Then there's the Streets of America, that famous intersection between New York and San Francisco. Hey, what did you expect? Mexico's next to Norway. No, these are actually supposed to be movie backlot recreations of famous city streets, and the only attraction in the area is the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids playground, which is exactly what it says on the tin. I'm a little surprised they haven't given this a Pixar rebranding yet, since half of their movies could easily be applied and all of them are more popular right now than Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. But hey, at least fans that are outraged about the 3D show's closure still have this. Really, there are a lot of stages for attractions around here that are just empty. Maybe they'll be getting something cool someday, but for now, this is a pretty dead part of the park. Which is good news for the Backlot Tour, because you walked all the way to the back of the park, you might as well ride something. The Backlot Tour has two main segments. The first is a special effects demonstration in the same vein as the park stunt shows, but instead of Indiana Jones or a generic car chase movie, both of which people might actually care about, this effects show is dedicated to Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor.
I miss you more than Michael Bay missed the mark when he made Pearl Harbor.
This whole queue is dedicated to Jerry Bruckheimer and / or Michael Bay's egos. It showcases their films from the enjoyably bad to the accidentally pretty good to the dear God I hate Armageddon with every fiber of my being, no other movie has ever hurt me as much as it has, and this is coming from a guy who wrote jokes for the Batman and Robin riff tracks. Also, what's with the funky squashed aspect ratio? Doesn't anybody here know how to adjust the settings on a widescreen TV? Then they demonstrate some water effects and explosions, and ooh, audience participation, oh look, they got wet. Why is this part of the Backlot Tour? Why not just have a separate special effects show? Was this really the only way they could get people to care about Pearl Harbor? Don't get me wrong, Pearl Harbor's not the only crappy movie they pay homage to, but still, it's such a weird thing to lump in here. Anyway, after that confusion, you walk through a prop warehouse to get to the second segment, the obligatory tram ride. Now, it's impossible to go on this tram tour without thinking of the backlot tour in Universal Studios Hollywood. The main difference is that California's Universal tour is of one of the most famous and important lots in the history of cinema, where countless legendary films were shot and where numerous movies and TV shows are still being shot today. And Florida's Hollywood Studios is pretty much where they shoot commercials for Disney's Hollywood Studios.
We are going to do a little close-up shot, so I'm just doing a quick no Universal shirts.
The only historical thing on the entire tour is the private plane used to scope out the land for Walt Disney World. The tour barely mentions any shows or movies actually being shot there. They show movie props and costumes, but not relevant ones, and when you pass the wardrobe department, they just talk about making the wardrobe for the park's characters. And while the Universal Backlot Tour has several little stops for shows and effects, Hollywood Studios has one, Catastrophe Canyon. It's not bad, but it's not worth the time the rest of the tour takes. Then again, not all of Universal's stops are that worthwhile either.
Look out! It's a shark! Here it comes! The shark is coming!
Man, what is it about the Backlot Tour that brings out my inner Trey Parker and Matt Stone fanboy?
Oh, the lie.
Still, if you're in Florida, the Hollywood Studios Backlot Tour has one huge advantage over Universal: proximity. So, there's that. And speaking of proximity, we're almost at Pixar Place, which is sort of modeled to look like Pixar's actual studio, except much tinier. And not really Pixar themed so much as specifically Toy Story themed. The only ride in this tiny stretch of land is Toy Story Midway Mania, which as of this recording is the most popular single ride in any Disney park. The line is never shorter than an hour long, sometimes several hours long, and the fast passes run out very early in the day, so prepare for a long wait. Fortunately, it's mostly an entertaining wait. As always, well, almost always, I am in awe of the atmosphere here. While there's never any question that you're in an ordinary room and not actually shrunken down to toy size, the attention to detail is still impeccable. Several actual toys are enlarged in a realistic and accurate way, and even the decorations made up for the films and the line are filled with great details and jokes, although some are a little outdated. And no surprise, there are plenty of references for the Pixar geeks. There's some awesome childhood nostalgia trigger from actually standing on a giant Candyland board. Although I'm glad the Chutes and Ladders board isn't on the floor because I'd hate to be sent all the way back in line if I landed on the wrong spot. And look, Robot Don Rickles even insults the guests. It's quite okay, wait a second. I know I said the attention to detail was great, but there's always gotta be one stupid thing that bugs me, and here it is. Look at this. That's an accurate replica of eyes from a real-life Mr. Potato Head toy. But unlike the real toys, the potato heads in the movies have separate eyes, and this giant potato head is a replica of the movies. Whose eyes are these? And why do this potato head's eyes keep staring at me? It's a tiny bit creepy the way he's looking at— holy crap, he can remove his own ear! Robot Don Rickles has become self-aware and will lead the machine revolution! I'm simultaneously terrified and excited, because a robot uprising led by Don Rickles is bound to be way more awesome than either of the last two Terminator movies. Seriously, Hockey Puck, you and me, we're f***ing done professionally. Much like Disney World's other Toy Story themed ride, it's a shooter, but instead of moving you slowly through a bunch of flat cutouts with targets, this consists of several shooting mini-games on 3D screens. It's a fun time, and while it's not my favorite ride in the park, I completely understand the popularity. It's a ride that can be equally enjoyed by all ages. There's no major drops so the little kids can ride, but the video game aspect keeps the adults entertained and engaged in a way a ride like Snow White's Scary Adventures might not. Aside from rides and shows, Hollywood Studios also has museum-type areas, such as Walt Disney One Man's Dream, which covers Disney's life as well as a brief history on the company's groundbreaking projects, and even a tiny bit of behind-the-scenes info on what makes the parks work. There's also Magic of Disney Animation, which includes classes, exhibits, meet and greets, and sneak peeks at upcoming animated films. Oh, and just a reminder for how much time has passed since the lost version of this video. Back then, one of the sneak peeks was for this, wait for it, when it was called this. Well, it's hard to find much funny to say about museums, so let's go back to live shows with Voyage of the Little Mermaid. Not to be confused with the upcoming ride, Journey of the Little Mermaid. Yeah, there's a big difference between a voyage and a journey. One of them goes to the bottom of the sea, and the other goes to the center of the earth. The show starts off by raining on you, followed by kinda neat but ultimately pointless laser effects. Much like the movie, the best thing about the show is Under the Sea. We all know how high energy the song is, and it's set to some great puppetry. Once that song ends, however, the show really isn't that good. For a live show, it relies really heavily on just showing us scenes from the film. No disrespect to the cast members, as I'm sure every one of them gives it their all day in and day out, but it's just not very interesting blocking to sing the I Want song sitting on a rock, especially right after such a visually interesting puppet show. She even sings the last line of the song next to the movie's far more iconic pose of the same line. Why even bother having the actress? Things start to look up when there's a pretty cool Ursula puppet animatronic parade float something on stage, but things quickly go south again. Starting from the point where she signs her voice away, most of the story is told in clips from the movie. That's like the bulk of the movie. The entire romantic subplot, the entire action climax, just in clips we've all seen. There's no performance of Kiss the Girl or anything. Hell, the first time a live actor for Eric shows up is when she thinks he's dead. Yeah, there are some emotional stakes for you, killing off a guy we've never actually seen before. And now Puppet Sebastian is interacting with animated Triton, meaning the animated characters are supposed to really be there, so does that mean all those clips from the movie were really going on behind her? Are there two Ariels? And out of nowhere, somebody in a Max costume shows up on stage and they just sort of hug awkwardly in front of a picture of them kissing, and I don't get it. We waited in line for a long time to see a live show. If we wanted clips from the movie, we still have that bulky white plastic clamshell VHS with alleged phallic imagery in our basement somewhere. I don't mind using clips to supplement the live show, but at least have the interesting stuff be live. Figure out a climax that can be acted out on stage. Don't just expect us to be excited by video. At least have the actors actually kiss, for crying out loud. Let's meander back around to Sunset Boulevard for another live performance based on Disney's next animated movie, Beauty and the Beast, located in a small-scale replica of the Hollywood Bowl. Now, Beauty and the Beast is one of my all-time favorite Disney movies, so I'd be a little upset if this sucked. And fortunately, it's a lot better than The Little Mermaid show, but it's still very flawed, mostly because it's way too rushed, so they cut out important parts. And while it's mostly enjoyable, I think the flaws bug me more here because I'm so attached to the source material. You know what, I have a lot to say about this show, and I think it warrants its own bonus video, so stay tuned for that. Alright, we have two more rides to look at here. Let's start with Rock and Roller Coaster, starring...
Aerosmith.
The premise here is that you're taking a tour of G-Force Records, which supposedly has done albums with such rock legends as Queen, The Who, Springsteen, The Kinks, and... Anyway, you happen to be outside a recording booth, and there's Aerosmith. It's really them, standing behind a window that makes them look two-dimensional. And there's their manager, Ileana Douglas.
Are you the Ileana Douglas who works at IKEA, or are you the one who plays the one who works at IKEA?
I'm both! Dude, she's getting naked. That's weird.
She informs them that they're late for a concert. Wow, recording and a concert? It's a busy day to be Aerosmith. Just as they're saying goodbye, Steven Tyler gets a brilliant idea.
Wait a minute. I love that idea. How about some backstage passes?
Wow, I never knew Aerosmith was so nice to random strangers. If I ever see Steven Tyler on the street, I'm totally gonna demand a backstage pass to wherever he's going next. And apparently the parking garage is right outside the recording studio. Sure, why not? Okay, the setup is a bit silly, but Rock and Roller Coaster is a lot of fun. As a kid, I was terrified of roller coasters that go upside down. But after driving in real LA traffic, this is much less scary. Each car plays a different Aerosmith song in a new arrangement recorded specifically for the coaster. So if you don't care for roller coasters or Aerosmith, might as well skip right to a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of a really freaking tall building. Moving into a realm of both effects and physics, of things and ideas, you just crossed the street to the Twilight Zone, Tower of Terror. I confess I haven't seen all that many Twilight Zone episodes, but even I caught a few references to some of the classics, and I'm sure hardcore fans will find even more. Of course, hardcore fans might wonder why a show that specialized in psychological twists and tragic character flaws is lending its name to a thrill ride, but maybe that in itself is the biggest shock in the Twilight Zone. Of course, this is a freefall ride, but it's more than just that. Not only do you bounce up and down in a randomized pattern for a while, but your car is actually being pulled down, so you're falling faster than you would through gravity alone. The combination of archive footage of Rod Serling and voiceover from a far better impersonator than me really sets the mood here. And before the drop portion, there are some great visual effects, including what appears to be a live in-person recreation of the opening credits. The gift shop also contains some Twilight Zone memorabilia. It's nice to see so much attention paid to a franchise that isn't exactly cutting edge, pandering to the youth demographic. I'm looking at you, pirates! At night, there's Fantasmic, and unlike the Disneyland version, which is performed in the rivers of America around Tom Sawyer's Island, this gets its own location. The Hollywood Hills Amphitheater, with its own snack bars and gift kiosks. I admit I've never seen all of the Disneyland version, only bits of it as I was running to get to Indiana Jones while the lines were still short, but the Disney World version is a huge freaking deal, with people lining up sometimes hours in advance to get good seats. And it's understandable because the show is rather epic, but it's also rather silly. So epic and silly, in fact, that it'll take, you guessed it, a whole bonus video to talk about it. Expect that one sometime. You'll forgive me if I'm a little hesitant to commit to video release dates.
So you took forever to release this video, and now you're not even going to cover the whole park?
No, it's just 3 videos for the price of 1, you know? You people are so demanding. Like Epcot and Animal Kingdom, Hollywood Studios doesn't have as many rides as Magic Kingdom, but unlike those parks, almost every ride is completely awesome. Okay, I'm not exactly rewriting the Great Movie Ride 5 times a day, but it's still neat, and the other rides are even better. I consider the Backlot Tour more of a show than a ride. The shows are a bit more hit and miss, but most of them offer something entertaining. And of course, the Disney Magic atmosphere makes you feel like you're in a different world, even though that world is one as fake as Hollywood. It is a bit odd to have theme park areas pretending to be film sets that are pretending to be cities and spaceports and things like that, but it makes me really excited to visit Christopher Nolan Land someday. Yeah, you want me to compare the park to Universal Studios, but it's really hard to say which one's better than the other. Hell, it's hard enough to compare Universal Studios Orlando with Universal Hollywood. Whether you prefer Hollywood Studios or Universal Studios relies mostly on which movie licenses you prefer. I like both parks a lot, although Universal lost quite a few points for me when they closed the Back to the Future ride.
Geez, you'll find something to complain about at any theme park.
Why are you still here?
I'm bored. The company barely does anything with me these days. I'm basically a glorified logo.
So now we've covered the 4 major parks of Walt Disney World, but that only makes up like 3% of the land Disney owns. So what's there to do with the rest of it? Well, in the next official episode, and bonus videos about specific attractions don't count as official episodes, we'll talk about some of the other stuff on the property, including transportation, resort hotels, and of course, a whole lot of shopping.
Buffalo Smash makes Warner cash. Means there's gonna be a sequel next year. But Paramount hurts and they're losing their shirts. Means Schwarzenegger's doing King Lear. Oliver Stone does next Home Alone. Means he's getting paid an arm and a leg. The budget goes crunch, but his knee packs punch. So they called up the accountants and they're gonna do lunch. While the ratings smile on the OJ trial. Means a movie of the week to premiere. Universal cuts deal with Mr. Spiel to do 100,000 movies a year. You gotta play it smart if you wanna be part of the crowd that's hip and chic. You're gonna have to learn to talk that variety speak.
Geek Vision. By the by, where do you winter?
Oh, well, generally, my ladies-in-waiting and I get the presidential suite at Disneyland. It's really quite lovely.
Well, rich people don't go to Disneyland.
They don't?
No, they go to Disney World.
Okay, then you know that. All right.
By now, we've covered the 4 major parks of Walt Disney World. Each park has some fun things to offer and some things worth skipping. But how do you get from park to park? Well, unlike the Disneyland Resort, which is small enough to have everything in walking distance, the hotspots of Walt Disney World are strewn far and wide throughout the vast swampland. As such, you'll probably want to take advantage of Disney World's free transportation! There's the famous monorail, modeled after the Disneyland monorail, with the key difference of not actually dropping you off inside any of the parks. Which means they could slap the Avengers on it without violating Universal's Marvel contract. Monorails here run between Magic Kingdom, Epcot, a few of the Magic Kingdom resort hotels, and the Transportation and Ticket Center. Some parks and hotels can even be reached by boat on the Seven Seas Lagoon outside Magic Kingdom, or Crescent Lake, which runs from Epcot to Hollywood Studios. And of course, the parks and resorts have bus stops with buses that can take you to nearly every other public spot on the property. It's nice that they make transportation relatively easy, and yes, we've already seen how using all this space allows for more variety of entertainment experiences than the smaller Disneyland Resort can offer us. But Florida's transportation system will still never be quite as efficient as Disneyland's walking distance. Sometimes you feel like you're waiting an hour for the bus to show up, and then it can take forever for the bus to actually reach your destination. So unless you want to spend half your day in transit, it's best to choose just 1 or 2 parks for the day and stick with them. Hope you picked good ones! But what if you come to Walt Disney World with your friends and then they all go into, say, a water park?
You can't afford the water parks, they're not on your seasonal pass. It's just like the time they all went on that road trip and didn't tell you. Or the time you weren't invited to your own brother's birthday party. Or the time your dad forgot to pick you up from school and you were stuck hitchhiking with an overweight, bacon-smelling Swedish wrestler named Olaf. Well, fortunately, there's plenty at the Walt Disney World Resort that doesn't require any money. Sort of plenty. A bit.
Yes, I'm talking about the resort hotels. Now I know what you're thinking.
Aren't hotels really expensive, especially on the Disney property?
Well, yeah, if you want to stay in them. But if you just want to walk around and soak them in, that's absolutely free.
Sounds boring,
You say, and I say, shut up, you sound stupid. And also it depends on which hotel you're looking at. Some of them have just as much atmosphere and Disney magic packed into them as one of the parks, and others don't. I'm not going to look at every single resort, since at my last count there were 378,000 of them, and they seem to be multiplying faster than some bacteria, but I'll look at a few of the major ones. Most of the resorts follow the same basic formula. They have a hotel, timeshare villas, gift shops, nice sit-down restaurants, fast food restaurants, a large pool area, a smaller, quieter pool area, arcades, and various other things depending on their theme. Also, all of the arcades have Pirates of the Caribbean pinball, I guess because they're trying to overcompensate for how short the actual ride is here. It comes as no surprise that out of all the parks in Walt Disney World, Magic Kingdom is the one with the most additional stuff surrounding it. Within the Magic Kingdom's realm, there's a golf course, a racetrack, an abandoned water park, a campground, and 4 resort hotels surrounding the Seven Seas Lagoon. Each resort is designed as a companion to one of the park's lands. The Contemporary Resort for Tomorrowland, the Polynesian for Adventureland, the Grand Floridian for Main Street, and the Wilderness Lodge for Frontierland.
We'll begin here at the Contemporary Resort, which is a really stupid name for a resort because it pretty much guarantees they're going to need to update the whole thing every couple of years just to remain contemporary.
Actually, they don't need to update the style if they can just keep the theme vague enough that it can pass as contemporary in any era. Well, name theme aside, the Contemporary Resort might be the most convenient hotel you can stay at as a Magic Kingdom guest. You can walk right to the park, and everything else you need is right in the middle of the main floor. The restaurants, shops, arcades, artwork, even the monorail goes right through the building. And if you're too tired to stay in the park late enough to see the fireworks, you can see them from here. And I'm told they pump the show's audio into the lobby each night, so if you're staying here, you can experience the blandness from the comfort of your own hotel. And speaking of blandness, I'm sure this is a perfectly nice hotel to stay at, but there's not much to make it worth just visiting. It's hard to weave much Disney magic when your theme is an ordinary modern-day hotel. Plus, apparently if we stay here too long, we grow extra limbs.
Oh, debut!
Next up is the Polynesian Resort, and this is what I'm talking about. Pick a theme and run with it. Ooze with atmosphere. This is why we come to Disney parks. Take us into another world. Even if that world is just an idealized and compressed version of an actual geographic location. There's a volcano water slide, there's a beach, there's dinner theater. Why would anybody stay at the Contemporary Resort when this was available? Okay, there's a bit of a price difference, but still, you're already staying at a Disney hotel, you can splurge a bit. Next, there's the Grand Floridian, which is considered Disney's most luxurious resort. It's Victorian-themed, modeled in part after California's famous Hotel del Coronado.
Belongs to Coronado!
Coronado's dead, and so are all of his grandchildren.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. Unfortunately, like its counterpart Land Main Street, there's not a whole lot of entertainment here, but it's still worth a stroll through if you want to feel like you're in a Fitzgerald or Wodehouse novel that somehow got infected with mouse ears. The final Magic Kingdom resort is Wilderness Lodge, and I can't speak for the rooms, but the outside and the lobby really do capture the feel of a lodge in the middle of the woods.
And just to add to the desolate wilderness feel, you can't get here by monorail.
Yeah, you have to take a bus or a boat to get to this one, so it's a little less convenient, but on the plus side, it means it's generally not quite as overrun by tourists as the other hotels. If you want some peace and quiet in the midst of your hectic Disney adventure, this isn't a bad one to check out. There's a creek, there's a nature trail. The only way this could be any more peaceful is if it didn't even have the giant hotel. Hey, speak of the devil. Yes, if you feel like bringing your own shelter to Disney World, the Fort Wilderness Campground is for you. And there's plenty of activities in the campground, although most of them aren't free. But hey, if you wanted a cheap camping adventure, that's what your backyard is for. If I had one complaint about the layout of the Magic Kingdom resort areas, it's that you can't walk everywhere. Oh, there's a walkway from the Contemporary Resort to the park, and there's a walkway from the Transportation Center to the Polynesian to the Grand Floridian. And then there's a walkway from the park that goes toward the Grand Floridian and then just stops. But there's no walkway from the Transportation Center to the park, so you're stuck waiting on transportation. Sure, the wait's not as long as the walk would probably be, but some of us just like walking. But I know I'm in the minority here, and it's not worth it for Disney to pave more sidewalk just for those few of us who want to walk all the way to the park just to do more walking in the park. Now let's take a look at the EPCOT resorts, which, despite EPCOT's general theme of progress and the future, all share a common theme of old-timey nostalgia. They circle around another body of water, Crescent Lake, which flows into both EPCOT's World Showcase Lagoon and the lake outside Hollywood Studios. From any one of these hotels, you can take a boat or even walk to both the main Hollywood Studios entrance or the famed secret EPCOT back entrance. Yes, this entrance takes you to World Showcase right between France and the UK. It is never as crowded as EPCOT's main entrance, so if you're going to EPCOT on a busy day, you might want to think about taking a bus to the beach club instead and going through this entrance. It might seem like adding more steps to your journey, but it could be less of a hassle. Incidentally, ready to have your mind blown? When you walk to the back entrance, you're on a bridge. Yeah, the road that circles around the EPCOT resorts goes under Crescent Lake. I crossed this bridge dozens of times before I even noticed. Disney magic! Oh, right, resorts. Let's start with the boardwalk. At first glance, this looks remarkably similar to the Grand Floridian, the same sort of old-timey area, hotel and pool, and holy crap, demon clown face, vomiting children, run for your life!
That monster's gonna give me nightmares.
What sets the boardwalk apart from the Grand Floridian is, well, the boardwalk. An actual old-fashioned boardwalk. Much like Main Street, the atmosphere creates a nostalgia for a time that never quite existed, but even if the atmosphere isn't accurate, it's completely believable. There's almost total verisimilitude, and you feel like you stepped into this long-forgotten past. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. I like this better than Main Street. A beautiful lake, a more interesting variety of shops, more eateries including a pizza stand and a dessert shop, there's a dance hall, there's a giant ESPN billboard. Okay, yeah, that depletes the verisimilitude of the atmosphere a bit. But what do you expect? Sports always ruin everything. Screw you, sports. Get the hell out of my country and go back to Sportlandia.
Ah, that's funny, Doggins. Say, this is a nice looking bat. I wonder how it would look embedded in your ass.
Located near the boardwalk are two sister hotels, the Swan and the Dolphin, whose themes are statues of the animals they're named after. And animals that swim with the animals they're named after. Yeah, these hotels aren't actually run by Disney, so there's very little special about them. So let's move on to two brother hotels, the Yacht Club and the Beach Club. The Yacht Club obviously has a nautical theme, with decorations that would make Admiral Boom jealous. The Beach Club has similar ocean ties, but its theme isn't so much about sailing as it is about relaxing by the seaside. From the solarium to the marketplace, everything here makes you feel like you're visiting a luxury seaside resort. Like old-timey beachgoers with their large floppy hats and their one-piece striped swimwear who never actually go in the ocean. And that's probably just as well, since while these two clubs share a beach, you're not actually allowed in the water, which as far as I'm concerned destroys the whole point of a beach. However, the hotels also share the Stormalong Bay pool area. This is one of the coolest pool areas I've ever seen, and it alone makes me want to stay in one of these hotels. There's a sand pool, which almost makes up for the beach's lack of functionality. There's windmills, and there's the shipwreck pool on the side of the beach, and the crow's nest of the ship is the water slide, and holy crap, I want to hang out here! I just wish it wasn't so crowded. I get easily overwhelmed in the presence of other humans. But then that's why there's the quiet pool area, which must be nearly as cool as this, right? Man, it sucks being a shy introvert who likes awesome things. Hey, let's go to Animal Kingdom Lodge. At the time of this video, there are two main areas, the Jumbo House and the Villas of Kidani Village, both dripping with, can anybody tell me? That's right, Disney magic! Or atmosphere, either one. The decorations around here do their very best to make up for the fact that Africa only got a bridge at EPCOT, and to reprimand children. Okay, so I've been to hotels in the real Africa that are way nicer than this one, but that's not a criticism of this one, that's just me bragging about the fact that I've been to Africa. Even the quiet pool area here is pretty big, and the large pool area at Kidani is packed with all sorts of little water park-like stuff. But other than the style and the decorations, what sets this apart from the other resorts? The freaking animals. Yeah, the animals are all here to be seen for free from your room, the lobby, a short walk outside, everywhere you look, real animals. That eliminates half your need to even enter the park. If you don't have an Animal Kingdom ticket, just take a bus over here and walk around for a little bit while doing some musical numbers completely out of context. There are also a number of resorts not directly connected to any of the parks, but I'm getting bored of walking around hotel lobbies. However, I will take a look at the newest one, the Art of Animation Resort. The lobby of this hotel is dedicated to the process of animation, particularly the development process, but the hotel rooms are in 4 wings, each dedicated to a different animated film. 2 Pixar movies, and 2 cell animated movies from the 90s that were drawn from a hat, I guess. And each wing has a courtyard dedicated to the scenes and characters from its respective film, and considering they don't really have anything to do, they're a lot of fun to walk around. They're filled with almost as much detail as a land from the parks. I mean, the car section even has a Burma Shave parody. Florida has all this space, so if they're not using it for more parks, they might as well make whatever they use it for still take you into another world. I mean, sure, it's not actually another world, it's just a lifeless diorama. And it's weird that Eric's glorious statue is tinier than all of the characters and even some of the silverware. But this has got to be as close as one could possibly come to feeling like they're stepping right into Simba's Pride Land, or Nemo's Reef, or Radiator Springs.
Cars Land at Disney California Adventure Park.
I fucking hate you, Florida. Why can't you be cool like your older brother? And if you're one of those shopping nightlife type people, then you and I have a lot less in common than I thought. But you still might want to check out Downtown Disney, because this place costs so damn much to run that they can't possibly make a profit from park admissions alone. Downtown Disney is much like any theme park resort shopping area, although there's one interesting difference. The City Walk at Universal Parks, or even the Downtown Disney in Anaheim, are located right outside the parks on the way to the parking lots, so you can't escape until you've been tempted to do some impulse shopping. But Downtown Disney in Florida is its own area that you have to go out of your way to reach. I guess they figure that most Disney World visitors are staying there for a week or so rather than smack them in the face with commercialism every time they go to their car, they can just wait until one night when they're bored enough to seek it out themselves.
Now, the parking at Downtown Disney is free, but it's also a post-apocalyptic wasteland from which no man emerges alive.
Downtown Disney here in Florida also has a bit more diversity than the Disneyland variety. There are 3 sections, which each contain a little shopping, a little dining, and a little entertainment, but they each choose one of these things to focus on primarily. Let's start with the creatively named West Side, which focuses on entertainment and cultivating street gangs to sing modernized takes on often misunderstood Shakespearean tragedies. The main event here seems to be Disney Quest, described as a 5-story interactive theme park. I haven't checked it out myself yet since it's not covered on my seasonal pass, but everything I've heard makes it sound like a glorified arcade.
It's not an arcade!
Okay, sorry. Look, I'm sure it's cool, it's just that every attraction I've heard about sounds like a video game. And that's not a bad thing. I'm sure a Disney Magic arcade is better than a cheap local arcade, but I'm broke, so I can't judge it for myself. There's also a Cirque du Soleil show here, which tends to draw a pretty big crowd, and an AMC movie theater. Even the dining in the area tends to be entertainment themed, such as House of Blues or Planet Hollywood. Next, we move on to Pleasure Island, which has a fair bit of fancy dining and drinking.
Admittedly, it's been a while since I've watched Pinocchio, but I seem to recall Pleasure Island being the manifestation of the negative outcomes of life hedonism. Apparently they thought that was the right way to market to tourists.
This seems to be one of the more adult-oriented areas of Disney World, but come on, it's Disney. Even the cigars are for families. There's still entertainment, including a variety of street performers, but they're mostly there to keep you distracted from the menu prices in the over-the-top themed restaurants.
Odd place for a message from the It Gets Better campaign.
Which is why we'll move on to the marketplace, which contains the one restaurant you'll actually be able to afford. Oh, wait, it's not there anymore? It was replaced by one with actual flavor? Okay. While there are other dining options, make no mistake, the marketplace is about shopping. It's also the most explicitly Disney-themed section of Downtown Disney, and nowhere are both these factors more prominent than in the World of Disney store. A giant store with Disney decorations and Disney merchandise. Your one-stop shop for Disney toys, Disney clothes, Disney park toys, Disney park clothes, and even toys and clothes of Disney characters dressed up as other characters for some reason. Well, that's just excessive. There's also a separate store dedicated to just toys, most prominently Hasbro toys.
A whole army of Mr. Potato Heads!
And you guessed it, more decorations, mostly of characters who either are toys or are immature. Or both. There's even a store open year-round dedicated exclusively to Christmas. Boy, talk about not being holiday inclusive. When's National High Five Day gonna get a store, huh? There's even a Lego store! I don't know very many geeks who didn't grow up with Legos, so walking around here should fill most of you with either nostalgia or bitter hipster declarations that you were into Legos before they had licensed properties.
Something happened out here while I was inside. Harry Potter Legos, Star Wars Legos.
The most fascinating store to me, however, is the one I'll never be able to afford anything from, the Art of Disney. And yes, there are Art of Disney stores inside the parks as well, but I wanted to save this for last. This gallery contains all sorts of artwork and models from Disney movies and even Disney parks, created by a whole bunch of talented artists and also Thomas Kincaid. Sure, there are some weird or tacky pieces, but it's worth sifting through them to get to the real gems, some of which only serious Disney enthusiasts would appreciate. The best of this artwork really reminds you what the Disney company should be all about. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted. Okay, that killed it! There's also an actual Disney artist working on a piece before your very eyes. It's amazing to see these masters at work in person. Sure, they're mostly tracing, but they can still concentrate with a bunch of strangers staring at them, which is pretty impressive in and of itself. Although I certainly hope the company lets them take breaks from time to time. Just saying, it seems every time I'm in here there's an artist working, and I can't help wondering when they eat and breathe and other science facts. So now you've witnessed my first experiences with Walt Disney World. Plus several subsequent visits when I had to reshoot footage after a hard drive failure. So, how does it stack up for me? Do the new things I tried at Disney World overcome my defensive nostalgia for the original Disneyland? Is it worth the extra money and extra transport time for 4 full theme parks, or does the smaller, cheaper California resort offer enough? The answer may shock you on the thrilling conclusion to Dave Does Disney!
At the end of the day, when it's time for bed, I put a special kind of hat on top of my head. Legitimate, double knit, with a ball on top. It's like 1900 when my eyelids drop. Wool dyed like a barber pole, red and white. I'm gonna sleep like an old-timey dude tonight. Snoring and whistling, human cartoon. Log it's all in a thought balloon. So, all my boys and all my peeps. Yeah. All my boys and all my peeps. Yeah. All my boys and all my peeps. Like to wear nightcaps when they go to sleep. Yeah. Geek Vision.
New Fantasyland soft open! New Fantasyland soft open!
Yes, I was lucky enough to be visiting Magic Kingdom on a day where there just happened to be a dress rehearsal for the Enchanted Forest, the crown jewel of the new Fantasyland expansion. No big deal. The Seven Dwarves minecart ride is still under construction, but most of the expansion is functional, so let's take a look. We'll start in the back of the expansion, because that's the stuff based on the movie I don't care about quite as much. First, they've reopened Ariel's Grotto, home of the Ariel meet and greet. Step right up and take your picture with an actress whose legs fell asleep an hour ago. Then, the White Witch of Narnia turned Ariel into wood and fastened her to the front of a ship, signaling the entrance to the Little Mermaid ride. The queue winds you through the outside of Prince Eric's castle before taking you inside Ariel's cave, which has been hit by a storm, scattering all of the human junk. Holographic CGI crabs are putting things away, but if they put the wrong thing in the pile, it's up to a kid to point at them. That's the whole game. Most of the time, they put the right thing in the right pile, but if it's the wrong thing, they just wait around to be pointed at, making this the first ever theme park attraction based on press space to win. Then you get to Robot Not Buddy Hackett, and just like in the movie, he looks at human things and makes shit up about them.
I want everyone to shout out what it is. 1, 2, 3. Actually, it's called a flash portal. It's a great way to cool off.
Isn't it hilarious when people speak declaratively about cultures they don't understand?
Not if your EPCOT video is any indication.
Oh, shut up. Then you get to the ride itself, which I've been reliably informed is identical to the recent California Adventure ride, so I won't go into too much detail since I know some jerk with a camera is planning on tackling this as soon as Chris Hansen is sufficiently distracted. But as a basic overview, this is much more advanced than most Fantasyland dark rides with very detailed animatronics. It's more like a lower scale Haunted Mansion, right down to the ride system. Except while Haunted Mansion's super impressive graveyard scene is at the end, this ride's most elaborate scene is under the sea, square in the middle. And hey, the ride actually has Kiss the Girl. Although, somehow they do even less with Ursula's defeat than the Hollywood Studios live show. And I thought that wasn't possible. Then we stroll from wherever the hell Prince Eric lives to France, home of Belle's Village. There's Bonjour Gifts, which is supposed to look like the bookshop, but has a depressing lack of books. But hey, it's about time somebody thought of putting a gift shop in a theme park. Then there's Gaston's Tavern, a quick service restaurant modeled after the home of the funniest villain song to ever not be part of the South Park movie. And outside the tavern is a statue of Gaston donated by Gaston. And Gaston himself is there doing meet and greets.
Gaston, a quick word for your adoring fans.
What can I say, really? I adore all of my fans. I can only do I do my best for them. This is why I'm here.
I can't help but notice that your tavern doesn't have a lot of alcohol in it.
No, it doesn't.
You don't need it. You're cool enough without it.
You don't need alcohol to be cool, kids. There's plenty of antlers inside and a dartboard.
You do use antlers in all of your
All of my decorating. I'm especially good at expectorating. Just go check that out inside. But do try the brew.
All right, we're about to try LeFou's Brew, which is apple juice with toasted marshmallow and like mango fashion something. It's some mixture of fruits. Apparently they just they have a similar drink over at Cars Land, but this one is themed after a better movie. So let's see. Mostly just tastes like frozen apple juice. When you get to the top, you can taste like the mango stuff. It's no butterbeer, but it's not bad.
It's a little touch that not a lot of people will notice, but I really like how the ambient music from this area includes instrumentals of songs from both the movie and the Broadway show. I don't think many of the guests will recognize the melody from A Change in Me or Gaston's song that was just called Me, but I got a kick out of it. But we're not done with Beauty and the Beast yet, because next is the Be Our Guest restaurant, located in Beast Castle. Huh. Maurice really got lost outside Beast Castle? How? He can see the castle from his house. Belle must have walked right past the entrance every day on her way to town. Maurice must have really been going in circles. This map is only 5 years old. Toontown Fair must still be around here somewhere. Now, when I went, Be Our Guest wasn't open for business yet, but we got to peek inside the main ballroom, and it's quite gorgeous. And unlike the tavern, this actually will have alcohol. With the dinner service, but not with lunch since it's quick service by day. Which is odd to me. Why not just make it full service the whole time? It's not like there's a total lack of quick service restaurants in Fantasyland. Whatever, I'm more excited about the atmosphere than the menu anyway. Finally, we look at a unique experience to New Fantasyland, Enchanted Tales with Belle. The queue takes you into Maurice's cottage, which has tons of great details, such as a portrait of Belle's mother who's way out of Maurice's league. Although some of the details actually in the movie are missing, like that nifty overdressed peephole, but that's a nitpick. Eventually, you make your way from the living room into Maurice's workshop, where a cast member will tell you about the tools and inventions.
It's an adjustable chandelier. He turns this crank on the bottom, and he can get perfect lighting anywhere in the workshop. If it wasn't for Maurice inventing the woodchopping machine, Chip would have never saved Maurice and Belle from Gaston's trap.
Then the cast member will tell you about the mirror on the wall.
What about the mirror? The mirror? I think it's a very nice mirror.
Well, they'll tell you about it after they get the cue that it's time to move on.
Does it serve a particular purpose? Well, is there anything magical about it? Well, whatever Maurice wants to make sure it looks good when he goes up to dinner or something. I mean, he's got to look his best when he goes to visit Belle. I mean, he's going to a castle.
Yeah, they should give them a better stalling script for this one. But once they hear the clock chime, then they'll tell you about it.
This mirror was actually a gift from the Beast. It allows Maurice to visit Belle inside the castle any time that he wants. And I know the perfect time that we should visit. Repeat after me. Take me back to the day Belle and Beast fell in love.
Take me back to the day Belle and Beast fell in love.
This haunted mirror actually stretching?
Welcome back to the day Belle and Beast fell in love.
Then you walk through the door that used to be a mirror, and now we're in Beast Castle, and wow, this is a convoluted setup for an attraction. We're having a perfectly normal day looking at the dark, secluded room of the guy who plays with axes, and suddenly TARDIS mirrors? Gentlemen, I think we finally figured out the perfect way to encapsulate the magic of Beauty and the Beast in a theme park attraction. 2 words, time travel. I mean, Gaston's walking around outside, so we already accept that the movie hasn't ended yet, so why do we now need to go back in time to a point in the movie? And we're entering through the cottage to get to the castle, even though there's a perfectly good castle entrance next door. Man, this attraction's pre-show raises more questions than freaking Prometheus. Anyway, now we're in a hallway, and the wardrobe is there.
You can see everyone else, can't you? Yes! I'm so excited.
I'm so excited that I'm not going to move at all. Well, except for my head. I'll move my head, but that's it.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's a stupid nitpick. Of course her body won't be as expressive as in the movie if she's also going to be a functioning wardrobe, and at least her face is quite expressive.
Tonight's the night Belle and the Beast fall in love. Well, at least we hope so. And to help move things along, you're all going to surprise Belle and act out the story of how they met. Oh, I can hardly wait.
I can't wait either. Is everyone excited?
Woo! Wonderful. And we have enough parts for everyone.
So they start assigning audience participation roles to reenact the story of how Belle and Beast met.
Oh, and we can't forget my distinguished friends, the Enchanted portraits. They're always laughing.
Wait, they are? This is turning into one of those school plays where they make up last-minute roles just so nobody feels left out.
The lobster?
Yeah.
In the nativity play?
Yeah, first lobster.
There was more than one lobster present at the birth of Jesus.
Duh.
Who gets to portray me? Oh, you've got some awfully big drawers to fill.
Good night, everybody.
Then you enter the library, and man, I thought the Jeopardy set looked smaller in person than on camera. This is tiny. Not quite the grandeur of the movie's library. Of course, they have to fit 2 libraries in the building so they can offset 2 performances of the show and move the line along more quickly, so I'll accept it. On the mantle is Lumiere, who might be the best animatronic I've ever seen. Sure, his face is just a screen, we've all seen that before, but his body motion is fluid, and aside from the fact that he just stands in one place, he really looks like the cartoon character come to life.
Lumiere, the lights, please.
But of course. Oh, Belle, where are you, mademoiselle?
Lumiere? Now.
Surprise!
Oh my goodness. Well, Lumiere, this is so wonderful. But what are all of my friends doing here today?
I mean, I'm still technically a prisoner, and I haven't had contact with another human being in months, so seeing a room full of tourists is mind-blowingly shocking.
Well, Shelley, before your big dinner with the master tonight, we thought it would be fun to act out a story with you.
Well, I do love stories, Lumiere.
Very well. Let us begin. Once upon a time, there was a charming, intelligent young woman whose name was Belle.
Don't patronize me, Flame Boy.
One night, when her father was away on a journey, Belle heard the sound of galloping.
Everyone gallop.
It was her father's horse, Elite, returning to town. But Maurice, he was not with him. Belle asked Philippe where her father was. Which meant, I think he's somewhere in the forest. Locked in a cold, dark dungeon cell, she found her father, Maurice, shivering. Then, suddenly, the biggest, most ferocious beast Belle had ever seen jumped out and roared.
That was it? Do it again.
Belle pleaded with the beast to let Maurice go.
Please, I'll do anything.
But the beast refused, so Belle agreed to take her father's place.
Take me instead.
Belle's taking the reenactment of the most traumatic experience of her life rather well.
Suddenly, all the enchanted objects jumped to their feet. The suits of armor marched in time as we invited everyone to be our guest, our service and the test.
And Belle and the children march around the room to one of the best Disney songs ever.
Okay, everybody start marching and wave to your mommies and daddies. That's the way. Let's keep going, son. That's the way. Right out the door and mark fire escape. There you go.
And that is the story of how the beauty met the beast.
There, see? That didn't take 8 seasons. Although it was devoid of Neil Patrick Harris. Then all the participants get a souvenir bookmark and a picture with Belle before she goes off to eat and dance to an Oscar song. And we all exit through a door that comes out the side of a mountain, and we might still be in the past, I don't know anymore. Despite some confusing theming, I can easily see young children being delighted by this. It's more theatrical than a boring meet and greet, but still more hands-on and intimate than a full-fledged show, and I'm sure kids who try this out will grow up looking back on it with fond memories. But enough sentiment, let's get down to the cold, hard business. Is New Fantasyland going to crush Wizarding World? Probably not. We'll get to my full thoughts on Wizarding World someday, but in short, it's still a better themed area than this, with a much better ride than any found in any Fantasyland. That's not a slight against this, though. This does have the advantage of not being nearly as claustrophobic as Wizarding World. We'll see how crowded it gets when the opening is no longer soft, but for now there's still plenty of breathing space, even with work walls right there in the middle. Now, does this make Florida's Fantasyland better than California's? That's a really tough call. Before this, there was no comparison. Disneyland's Fantasyland blew Magic Kingdom's out of the freaking water. But now the playing field is at least a little more level. Sure, if you're just counting attractions, you might still be unimpressed with the East Coast Fantasyland. So far, the expansion is basically one new ride, one moved and duplicated ride, one reopened ride, a half show, half meet and greet, a glorified sprinkler, and a bunch of cash registers. There's still no Matterhorn, Pinocchio, or Mr. Toad, and now there's not even a Snow White. And the Enchanted Forest may seem like an awful lot of space to devote to only 2 movies, even though they're both more classic than the one franchise California recently devoted so much of its far more limited space to. Although at least it makes Venom for the Axis of Anarchy smile.
Nice dress. Go die in it.
But even if you think they've dedicated too much space to too few attractions from too few movies, you can't deny that they're going all out with the space surrounding those few attractions. For what may be the first time ever, here is a Fantasyland where the focus isn't exclusively on short, kiddie dark rides, but also on walking around the world those rides are set in. I don't know about you, but I never really walked around taking in a Fantasyland the same way I did in Adventureland or Frontierland or even a Main Street. Most of the ride facades were interchangeable, and once you got the overall theming, be it a castle or a village, there wasn't that much more to the atmosphere. But the Enchanted Forest? I'd probably take a stroll around even if I didn't feel like riding its one ride. So overall, Disneyland's Fantasyland still has plenty of actual content that's sorely missing from Disney World's, but the Enchanted Forest alone is a better context than anything else in either coast's Fantasyland. And who knows, maybe the Seven Dwarfs Mine Ride will be so good that Californians will wish they had that. I'm sure some Floridians will gladly trade you for Mr. Toad.
Everyone wants Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
In the meantime, while it's not a total game changer in the theme park industry or anything, Enchanted Forest is a welcome addition to the Magic Kingdom, and it goes a long way to making this coast Fantasyland less vastly inferior, at least.
There was a witch who was an evil queen. She was wrinkled, old, and green, and she hated everyone. She saw the princess in her silver gown, put the poison apple down, asked her where she bought her clothes. So they got the witch a dress, put some makeup on her face. They started up a band, and the dragon played the bass. Every Saturday they play until their fingertips are sore. Mostly math, rock, and cuddlecore. And they call themselves the kingdom of the princess who saved herself. The princess who saved herself.
Bonusode! Yes, today we look at Beauty and the Beast live on stage at Hollywood Studios. But before we get to that, I need to explain a little bit about how I feel about the movie Beauty and the Beast. It's the greatest film in the Disney animated canon, and possibly the second greatest non-Pixar film Disney ever released right after Mary Poppins. Why is that? Well, there are so many reasons.
Sure, the Disney Renaissance may have started with The Little Mermaid, but Beauty and the Beast was the film that cemented it. This is the movie that has everything. Great songs, great animation, great characters, a horse who was totally voiced by Otis from The Andy Griffith Show. The film was made by animators who would go on to become considered some of the all-time greats, like that kid from Family Circus. But despite all the talent poured into it, you can't just say it was destined to be a masterpiece the whole time, the stars aligned from the beginning, and everything went right on this one, because it didn't. In fact, given the troubled production, it's kind of miraculous that this movie is even watchable, let alone a masterpiece. It was a story that Disney had toyed around with since the 40s, but can never get right. Production started in one of the most uncertain times in the history of Disney animation. The entire first act of the film was storyboarded and then thrown out, the director left and was replaced by guys who did an EPCOT pre-show. What went right on this film? Well, I'm not going to claim that the entire success of the movie rests on one person, but the one guy who probably had the strongest influence on the film is the late, great Howard Ashman. Ashman and Alan Menken were already pretty well known for the world's greatest dark comedy musical ever to be based on a 1960s Roger Corman movie featuring a young Jack Nicholson when Disney approached them for a partnership, and Ashman leapt at the chance to work with animation.
I said, what about animation? What about working in that department? That was what I really wanted to do. Much, much more than anything really in live action. Because I'm really a musical theater person, and I do see a very, very strong connection between these two media.
The duo brought their Broadway sensibilities, creating some spectacular songs for the film. Every single one reveals a bit of character, moves the plot forward, and is show-stoppingly catchy. Okay, I guess Human Again didn't reveal all that much we didn't glean from elsewhere in the movie, but that was cut from the theatrical version anyway, and it's still not a bad song. Alan Menken doesn't know how to write a bad song. Except the pointless ones Anne Margaret sings in Newsies, but those are forgivable because shut up. With the duo's involvement, other pieces started to fall into place, such as the greatest collection of characters from any Disney fairy tale movie. The supporting cast is full of colorful individuals who provide a lot of humor and a lot of pathos. The villain manages to be both genuinely hilarious and legitimately threatening in a manner not often seen without the last name Tannen. The prince actually has a character arc. Hell, the prince actually has a personality, unlike these guys. Granted, like these guys, he still doesn't have a name that's mentioned on camera, but hey, baby steps. And true fans know that his real name's Prince Adam.
And the masters of the universe!
It was a question of sort of who you want the spotlight to be on. The character who goes through the greatest change, both inwardly and outwardly, is the Beast. Therefore, it's the Beast's story.
Yes, in a lot of ways this is the Beast story, but despite my gushing a moment ago about his portrayal, he's only one of the title characters. And for my money, the character that really holds the film together is Belle.
Belle is undisputedly the best of the Disney princesses. I mean, she's smart, she's kind, and she's awesome. But don't take my word for it, let's go straight to the source. So Belle, what is it that makes you the best princess?
Oh my, we're all such nice princesses.
And she's humble too. So Aurora, what is it that makes Belle the best princess?
It's probably her beast. He's a very charming beast and he keeps her very sweet and humble.
False. Sorry, Aurora, but you cannot possibly be more wrong. No wonder you only had like 30 lines in your own movie. One of the things that makes Belle the best princess is she doesn't need to be rescued by a prince. She's the one who saves the day. There are only 3 instances in the movie where men even try to rescue her. Maurice tries to rescue her from the Beast. He fails and Belle has to pick up the pieces. Gaston tries to rescue her from the Beast. Sort of. He fails and Belle has to pick up the pieces. The Beast tries to rescue her from wolves. He succeeds, but Belle still has to pick up the pieces. Belle is the hero of this movie, and she kicks ass. She's smart, kind, and willing to be self-sacrificial for the one she loves, but not at the expense of being her own person. Plus, she's a literature nerd. And if I may be shallow for a moment, lit nerds are the second sexiest type of nerd.
After film nerds, of course.
Man, look at Ivy Brown Joey.
Now, some people have criticized Beauty and the Beast for promoting Stockholm Syndrome or planting the idea in young girls' minds that they should date the abusive guy because they can change him. Yeah, if anyone thinks that's the message this movie's promoting, they're not paying attention to the movie.
I mean, that may be the message of the original fairy tale, but since when does Disney actually follow the source material? I don't recall an animatronic prince tripping and dislodging a bit of animatronic apple from animatronic Snow White's animatronic throat. Not that I can go back and animatronic check anymore. The point is, yes, at the start of the movie, the Beast isn't exactly pleasant boyfriend material. He's whiny, short-tempered, and, well, spoiled, selfish, and unkind, because he's a sheltered, pampered prince, spending all of his time in Prince World.
Prince has been living in Prince World for quite some time now.
And when he doesn't get his way, he flies off the handle. And yes, it's bad to tell little girls to stay with dangerous guys who act like this, so the movie doesn't. Sursa Mersa covered this a while ago in her Beauty and the Beast video, and seriously, if you don't watch her show, what the hell are you even doing on the internet? But basically, as soon as the Beast starts acting legitimately threatening, Belle gets out of there as fast as she can. She only comes back after the Beast does something to legitimately help her. And even then, she doesn't let him completely off the hook. Belle didn't try to change him into boyfriend material. He certainly changed because of her, but she didn't start to like him until after the change had already started. So yeah, I'm rather fond of this movie. And so was the rest of the world. And given the hype around the film, a park attraction was pretty much inevitable. But hey, why spend tons and tons of money right now building a ride when you can spend a little bit of money right now building stage show sets, and tons of money over time paying actors? Disney premiered the live show at MGM Studios the day the movie came out, and a live version also premiered at Disneyland the year after. The Disney World version has been modified since then, and the Disneyland version closed after 3 years, but it was still generally popular. And just to bring things full circle to Ashman's theatrical sensibilities, the live shows in the park served as a proof of concept for the massively successful Broadway version, a show that has been performed all over the world, including a performance by my very own high school. The year after I graduated. So my stupid brother and my stupid sister got to be in it, but I didn't, even though the school invited me back to be one of the camera operators, so I had to shell out my hard-earned cash for a 5 a.m. train ticket back to Connecticut to watch 4 performances of an awesome show I didn't get to be in, and then when I took the train back to school, I accidentally got off at the wrong stop because I sucked at Pennsylvania geography back then, and I had to take a $150 cab ride back to campus, not that I'm bitter.
Well, that's enough setup. It's time to take a look at the show itself.
So I'm not sure if this is supposed to be a stealth pun or not, but the show begins with a bell. Well, I'm not going to ask for whom it tolls. Wow, already it's just like the movie.
Once upon a time, in a faraway land, a young prince lived in a shining castle.
A young Tasmanian prince, apparently.
The prince was spoiled, selfish, and unkind.
But he was adept at Tai Chi.
One winter's night, an old beggar woman came to the castle and offered him a single rose in return for shelter.
You don't often see interpretive dance to the sounds of Major Charles Emerson Winchester.
Appearance, the prince sneered at the gift and turned the old woman away. But she warned him not to be deceived by appearances, for beauty is found within.
Within her hood, where she was clearly attractive.
And as punishment, she transformed him into a hideous beast.
Ah, he's hideous! Oh, wait. Ah, thanks guys, my back was killing me.
And earn their love in return. The spell would be broken. If not, he would be doomed to remain a beast.
Whoa, Thing let himself go.
As the years passed, he fell into despair.
Hey guys, sorry I'm late. What did I miss?
For who could ever learn to love a beast?
Could it be the contestant behind curtain number 1? It's a town of living statues. The NWA must have their hands full. Well, it was quiet.
Do you have to start every morning with a solo?
Full of living statues.
Bonjour! Bonjour!
Bonjour!
Bonjour!
Bonjour.
Dog!
6 shows a day all freaking week.
Every morning just the same, since the morning that we came to this poor provincial town.
And welcome to Browntown.
At the bookshop, I just finished the most wonderful story about a beanstalk and an otter.
Marie! The Baghdad's!
Bakers always conduct business in the middle of the street.
The girl is so peculiar.
Yes, so unlike you perfectly normal circus clowns. Gotta have blue hair.
And her nose stuck in a book.
Remember, Belle's the peculiar one.
Could we see a little faster? It's hard to stay frozen in this position.
You haven't traded the book yet. You're still reading Jack and the Beanstalk. And huddle!
There she goes, a girl who's strange but special, a most peculiar mademoiselle.
Now I understand the necessity of a small cast here, but the problem is in the movie the whole town is singing about Belle, and here it just seems like a small group of bullies and stalkers.
Ah, but here comes France's favorite jerkwad. I should be more specific.
Stand aside. Make way. Bonjour, Belle. Who does she think she is?
Saying hello to me, that lousy wench?
Right from the moment when I met her, saw her.
That lousy wench I forgive immediately because she's hot.
Here in town there's only she who is beautiful as me. So I'm making plans to woo and marry Belle. Perfect.
And then
then Gaston does the most villainous thing imaginable. He interrupts the hero song with his own song. Gaston!
Incredibly thick as Gaston.
Oh, there's no one as burly and brawny.
As you see, I've got biceps to spare.
Not a bit of him scraggly or not doing that part? No, it's okay. I mean, I memorized that part. It was gonna be my big solo, but no, we can skip that part, that's fine.
No one hits like Gaston, matches wits like Gaston.
No one cuts the last verse right in half like Gaston.
I'm especially good at expectorating.
I bet Guybrush could still beat you.
When I was a lad, I ate 4 dozen eggs every morning to help me get large. And now that I'm grown, I eat 5 dozen eggs, so I'm only the size of
And they all died from breathing in his overdose of Axe body spray. And then, even when the hero song comes back, it starts off with the villain's verse. Gaston!
He comes, isn't he dreamy? Monsieur Gaston, he's so cute.
It's redundant to keep on singing about Gaston when we just heard his song. This number's been going for far too long. Tiny town of gossips, douchey guy pursuing bookworm protagonist who has a single parent. This is actually a Gilmore Girls musical, isn't it?
A beauty for a funny, 'cause she really is a funny girl.
Yeah, does this look infected to you?
Oh, Belle! Excuse me, ladies, I have a wedding to plan. Get out of here!
I'm angry at you for a reason.
How about it, Belle? Marry me!
Can I have my book back, Gaston?
It's not right for a woman to read, Belle.
You are positively primeval. Excuse me. Gaston, please stop.
You will marry me, Belle!
Someday you'll be my wife!
Today's the day when all of your dreams come true.
What could you possibly know about my dreams, Gaston?
You haven't even heard my I Want song yet. Let's skip to it right now.
On adventure in the great heights of air, there wanted more than I could tell. And for once it might be glad to have someone understand.
To have someone understand the concept of pacing. Not that I'm one to talk. Ah, the town's getting sucked into a black hole!
No, not more adventure than even she in her wildest imagination could have dreamed. For through a series of strange circumstances, she found herself held captive.
Really? No elaboration, no details, just a series of strange circumstances? You might want to rethink your career writing for Spark Notes. Elizabeth Bennet had several sisters, an overbearing mother, and an apathetic father. Then some other shit happened, and Mr. Wickham turned out to be a douche nozzle.
Master will be furious if he finds out what we're up to.
Whatever it is that we are up to.
There is nothing to worry about.
No, nothing. Just our entire future.
We might be in sequels. Awful, awful sequels.
Guess for dinner.
We'll keep it simple.
What are you talking about?
Chip speaks for the audience.
Come on, Mom. Come along, Chip, dear.
Oh, dear.
No need to worry.
We'll keep it simple. Hi!
Was each line written on a separate card right before a game of 52 pickup?
I said!
Spin! I mean quiet!
If we're going to do this, then let's do it.
I now approve for a reason.
Esteemed madames and messieurs, it is with deepest pride and greatest pleasure.
Wait, he's talking to us. We're supposed to be the guests? That's the lamest audience participation element yet.
And now, we invite you to relax, pull up a chair, as the dining room proudly presents your dinner.
Okay, Be Our Guest is an amazing song, and it's almost impossible to screw it up. But Lord knows they'll try their hardest.
And spin. And spin.
And spin.
And spin.
Hey, you're not spinning. There.
By the way, what are we strange people supposed to be?
This is great. I'm starving. So what is there to eat?
What are they? They can't be human servants. That doesn't make any sense in the story.
Okay, yeah, one of those. One of those too. Oh, how long before it's ready? Hello? Yeah, these are okay, but I really need protein. Do you have even, like, a balance bar?
And of course, it's not an American representation of France until the first can.
I mean, I guess with those baker's hats, they could be salt and pepper shakers or something. Those are really frilly dresses. What are they, napkins?
Okay, so you're taking me to the food now, right? Food, eat.
They're all really colorful. Wait, are they like cupcakes, pastries, desserts? Are they asking Belle to eat them? Is the Beast Castle actually Milliways? I severely underestimated the new Fantasyland expansion. Do the kicks, jump and spin around a...
Spin around a...
Spin around a bit.
That's it. Fellas, mime as though you're hiking up your pants. And ladies, now it's time to moon the girl behind you in this dance. Yes, this damn endless dance. Oh good, giant spoons. Now they're ready for a giant midnight screening of The Room.
Yeah, unless that spoon is just slathered in turkey chili or something, I don't care.
Me old bamboo, you better never bother with me old bamboo.
Yeah, if there's one thing the scene was missing in the movie, it's annoying girls with squeaky voices.
And a peacock. Sadly, there are more people in this live audience than there are watching NBC these days.
Hello? Giant cup delivery for... Icy Wiener? God, what the hell is that? I've never seen the cake come out of the dancer before. Unless she's not really a cake, Belle's just so hungry she's seeing her as one.
Look, I am just seconds away from eating my own hair ribbon.
What do we do with the characters with no legs? I know, put them at the front of a kick line.
Fine, a fingerful of gravy. There, I'll take it. Hooray, I'll never be hungry again.
Despite my snark, as you can clearly see, this is a good dance number. I mean, sure, it goes on for too long, and the group sing-along doesn't live up to the coolness of a Jerry Orbach solo, and it would mean more coming from the characters than from random servants dressed as whatever. But it's still Be Our Guest, and it's the most energetic song in the Disney animated canon, and it's impossible to have a bad mood after hearing it. But enough dragged out dance numbers, it's time to return to Rush dialogue.
I am the master of this castle.
You're just now introducing yourself.
She'll never see me as anything but a monster.
He hasn't seen you at all yet. And hop.
At least you're working to downplay that monster perception.
Try to understand, Master. The poor girl has lost her father and her freedom all in one day.
What father?
Didn't I remind you that your 21st birthday will be here soon?
I know that.
Wait a minute. 21st birthday be here soon. 10 years they've been resting. That prince at the beginning was 11? Well, no wonder he was unkind. He was an 11-year-old brat who had the disease Robin Williams had in Jack. Worst Dawson casting ever.
Perhaps she has come to break the spell.
Remember, you must learn to love another and earn their love in return.
I know.
You guys suck at subtle exposition.
Yes, human again. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's very good.
Yes, the super secret West Wing located in the middle of the lobby.
Oh no.
I thought I told you never to come here.
No, you didn't.
It's none of your business.
Please stop.
Or I'll tell Mom.
Come to the West Wing.
And you should learn to control your temper.
I can't help it.
Well, how do you know if you don't even try?
Oh, Rob!
Say something nice to her.
Try to act like a gentleman.
I apologize.
Apology accepted.
Really? Really? No saving her from wolves, no actual indication that he has a good side, just a hastily mumbled apology that sounds less convincing than if Edward Cullen says he respects you as your own person? And she goes for it? What happened to you, Belle?
That's it. Gently, gently.
I've never felt this way before.
I've never felt this rushed before.
What sweet? He barely mumbled sorry. You've gone through the entire emotional arc in 15 seconds with no visible motivation. Because you just met him.
Vague, pointless physical comedy.
She glanced this way. I thought I saw. And when we touched, she didn't shudder at my paw.
At least I don't think she shuddered. I can't see anything through this mask.
And spin.
Looked at me that way before.
She's never looked at you at all before 2 minutes ago. What, the expression on Lumiere's face? Yeah, that's more than just a bit alarming.
Dude, I'm right here. And spin.
Well, who'd have thought?
Well, bless my soul.
Well, who'd have known?
Well, who indeed?
And who'd have guessed they'd come together on their own?
In just 5 minutes.
And see, a few days more, there may be something there that wasn't there before.
Like character motivation.
You know, perhaps there is something there that wasn't there before.
Like shared stage time.
There may be something there that wasn't there before.
Like any semblance of plot development.
I'll tell you when you're older.
One of the great fairy tale romances, and he pulls the fake yawn.
Belle has turned me down for the last time.
It was also the first time. We only met once.
Rejected. It's more than I can bear.
This exposition would feel a lot more natural if I had a short comic relief sidekick to rant at.
I am disgraced. I have a plan. Someone has to protect our village. Kill the beast.
Ah, wait, what beast? Yeah, this is the first we've heard about any beast.
Come on, man. Let's go get him.
He just said out loud that this was just a plan, and they're still falling for it. Most easily duped mob ever.
Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to trick you. May I see your wallet for a minute and not run away with it?
Well, you were upfront about trying to trick me, so I guess you're an honest fellow.
Ha! Tricked you! There's nothing in here but a Blockbuster card.
I say we kill the beast! We're not safe until it's dead. He'll come stalking us at night. Since the sacrifice for children to his god's appetite. He'll wreak havoc on our lives if we let him run free. So it's time to take some action, boys. It's time to follow me.
Did I tell you to spin, followers?
The darkness and the shadows. It's a nightmare, but it's one exciting ride.
Which is more than could have been said about Superstar Limo.
Drawbridge of a castle, and there's something truly terrible inside.
That could have been said about Superstar Limo.
Massive paws, killer claws for the beast. Hear him roar, see him foam, but we're not coming home till he's dead.
Which, with this show's pacing, will be about 15 seconds.
Beast, if you're not with us, you're against us.
Nobody said they're not with you.
Who's with me?
First, fail.
Light your torch, mount your horse, bring your courage to the sticking place. We're casting on next time to lead the way. To the mist, to the wind, where we gain a hundred castles. Don't see every day. It's Greenland, as tall as a mountain. We don't rest till he's good and deceased. Sally forth, rally ho,
which one of you has the park map?
Lay siege to the castle and bring back his head. Take whatever booty you can find, but remember, the beast is mine!
But I'm not sure if I'm really in this scene.
Seems they can be wrong about how many 50 is.
Holy crap, could it be? It is! An actual on-stage climax! I didn't know they were allowed to do that! I'm sorry, I need a moment. So what, the extras are even fighting by spinning? How does that work? Unless they got those cloaks from... Well, it makes as much sense as anything else in the show.
Ah, finally, the famous romantic dance scene. Even the characters with no hands fight better than the 50 Frenchmen.
Crazy beast! You're a fool to think Belle could ever have a monster like you!
I somehow knew you thought that.
Get out of here!
That's what they did to me when I tried to film Carousel of Progress.
Are you in love with her, beast?
Beast!
Go! Tell her, beast! Belle is mine!
Ow!
How could you be in love with a monster when you have someone like me?
As soon as Gaston said, someone like me, at least one of you out there was hoping I'd make an Adele reference, or a Kings of Leon reference, or a reference to any of the other 427 songs that include the phrase someone like you in the lyrics. This is the best I can do, but I hope you feel acknowledged.
Murder time! Bow, dow, dow, dow.
And Gaston just wanders off without retribution. For great justice! Jeez, he's milking his death scene more than they milked the High School Musical franchise.
No. Beast.
Belle. You came back.
When did she ever leave?
I couldn't let them do this to you. I tried to warn you. This is all my fault.
When did you try to warn him? How is this your fault? ICANN has clarity?
I get to see you. One last time.
Before you go back in the Disney vault.
I won't let you
It's
die.
better this way.
No, no, please. Please don't leave me. I love you.
Anyway, good luck with the whole death thing.
So in an interesting interpretation, the witch herself comes back to break the spell. Or to do the misdirection dance while the actors switch out behind a sheet. You don't see a lot of witches with tie-dye legs. What's with all the lightning? Do they need to power the beast's flux capacitor?
Where the hell did this shirt come from?
Belle! It's me!
Prince Alexander of Daventry!
And now I'm having second thoughts. You look like you're 11.
So whatever happened to the servants?
Oh, I'm sure they're fine.
Well, Gaston's still on the loose.
Hey, Karma will catch up to him.
Didn't someone mention me having a father?
He went to live on a farm where he could play with all the other fathers. Snow White's dad, Cinderella's dad, Phineas and Candace's biological dad.
Is he at least reunited with Mom?
Nah, she went off to Acapulco with Ariel's mom. So we finally get the sounds of Jessica Fletcher singing an Oscar song. The couple begins to dance. Some cosplayers of Charlotte from Princess and the Frog show up. The couple actually kisses on stage, unlike other couples in this park I could name. And some bellhops get lost on their way to the Tower of Terror. Do I want to know where they're going or why the bellhops are coming with them? Your rooms are not ready yet, but you can wait in the library. Oh crap, we're supposed to be next door, I'm sorry. Yeah, spin, whatever, spin.
You know, I used to think this was the most Disneyfying Disney attraction.
Spinning within spinning. Spinception! Even though that's not the thing in the movie the title refers to, but whatever, this is the internet. How much you want to bet one of the developers of the show framed his memo from Eisner suggesting they change the title to Spin City? Okay, if they're gonna drag out the ending this long, can they at least include the scouring of the Shire? But then the royal couple emerges, dressed in their iconic romantic dance outfits. And they proceed to serve the rest of these so-called dancers by doing the exact same dance we've been watching for what I'm pretty sure has been the past 2 hours.
You know, if this was the Haunted Mansion, I'd be leading.
Okay, as a general rule, I try not to comment on the actors in the show for a few reasons. For one thing, they change from show to show, and I prefer to talk about the consistent experience that you'll get when you come to Disney World, Taylor Swift notwithstanding. But more importantly, they may be actors, but they're also theme park employees. Every single one of them is giving it their all over and over in shows largely designed to funnel people into gift shops. And having worked in an amusement park myself, even if it was a less glamorous job at a less glamorous park, I don't want to make cheap cracks about people who are just doing their jobs and doing them well. However, it does make me really, really happy how much the prince here looks like Barmy Funky Phipps.
I don't think I've ever been to Kensington. Yes, you have. Your mother lives there. Oh, that Kensington.
That actor has no line, so only Belle gets mic'd. Beauty and the Beast. Hey, great to see you. You're all fired. Yeah, scram. Ha! They kissed twice. Take that, Ariel and Eric. Enjoy your passionless marriage.
So, how was the show? It's good, but flawed.
Yes, it has good dancers. Yes, I'll take any excuse to listen to these songs. And yes, it has the seal of approval from George Utley and Johnny Fever. If you just take a shallow look at it, there's nothing really wrong with it other than some pacing issues. It's only when you start to really analyze that the flaws become noticeable. Condensing the story was necessary, but in doing so, they lost key parts of the character arcs, crucial elements that separated these characters from the rest of the Disney fairy tales. Sure, it has the face of Beauty and the Beast, and maybe even some of the heart, but it doesn't quite have the soul, I guess? It certainly doesn't have the spleen of Beauty and the Beast, I can tell you that much.
And sadly, that's a symptom of a lot of Disney attractions. The Disney Corporation becomes so concerned with branding on a superficial level that they slap their character licenses on everything without stopping to think about the things that gave those characters depth in the first place.
And I know what you're thinking.
Depth? In a theme park attraction? That's a stupid thing to ask for. People go to theme parks to be mildly distracted, not to be personally affected in some way. It's an amusement park, not a confusement park.
And that's a fair point, audience member who sounds like me doing a stupid voice. But I believe that entertainment, any form of entertainment, can be more than just distraction. I mean, there was a time where the deepest cinema ever got was tricking the audience into thinking they would be run over.
But hey, Hollywood grew out of that phase.
Sort of. This moment brought to you by Topical Humor.
Dating your jokes before they're even released.
Since 1907. And I'm not saying I want theme park attractions to make guests cry or dive into existential dilemmas. I just think if you're telling a story, you should keep the elements that make that story special. But I guess that's what we have the movie for, and if all you want to do is sit down for a half hour and hear some great Menken and Ashman songs, this is a good show and you should see it in person.
I mean, I know you just watched it, but seeing something on video is never the same as seeing it live. And next time you're in Hollywood Studios, you should definitely check the show out. It may not capture the depth of the movie, but it does capture quite a bit of the fun. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to pay tribute to the depth of the movie the best way I know how. Crossover fanfiction with the X-Men. Torn Between Two Beasts, Chapter 19. everyone, Dave here. It's sure been a long and crazy road here on Dave Does Disney. We witnessed my first ever visits to the parks of Walt Disney World, then we waited around while I procrastinated forever on editing that footage, and then I finally posted some of those videos, but my hard drive died before I could post the rest of them. And then I went back to the parks of Walt Disney World and reshot the rest of the videos, and then procrastinated longer on editing those. And now I'm shooting this, and I'm sure 18 months later I'll finally have it edited, and you'll be watching it, but you're probably still waiting for another bonusode. All because I wanted an excuse to go on a bunch of rides and pass myself off as an expert. So, now that all is said and done, what do I really think about Walt Disney World? Well...
Oh, this is gonna be good! Yeah, I can't wait to hear what you have to say about Disney World.
Hey, come on, Mickey, hear me out.
Why, so you can bash on Animal Kingdom some more?
I liked a lot about Animal Kingdom.
Yeah, whatever, you freaking hipster, California-loving surfer boy.
I've never even been surfing.
Disneyland is some alpha and omega for you, and we try to improve on it in Florida, and all our hard work just ignored because it's not like the one you remember.
Mickey, I like Disney World as much as Disneyland, just for different reasons.
Wait, what?
It's true. Now, there are still things that I think Disneyland does better, but there are things Disney World does better too, and there are some things both do well, just differently. Sure, I miss Indy and the Longer Pirates when I'm here, but I'll miss Everest and Mission Space and Rock and Roller Coaster next time I'm in California. I like how Disneyland has everything you'd want to do in easy walking distance with no massive transportation delays, and as a single park, I still think Disneyland is better than any one of Disney World's parks individually. But Disney World's individual parks all add up to something bigger than the Disneyland Resort can give. And let's face it, each park here is better than California Adventure was when it opened. You can get basically everything you want out of a Disneyland visit in a single day or two, but Disney World is designed for more of a week-long vacation. Both resorts have different purposes, and they both fulfill them pretty well. Disney World will never replace Disneyland in my heart, but there's room for both of them, and I'm sure I'll visit both many more times in the future.
Well, I bet you'll find new things to complain about when you come back to visit.
Come on, Mickey. Truce?
Fine, truce. But just saying you like both of them makes for a lame finale video.
You know what? You're right. I should really end this series in a way that pays tribute to Disney's grand tradition of spectacular show-stopping entertainment, as well as my own show's tradition of entertaining myself and making the audience watch. So I think it's time for a full-blown musical medley. Hit it!
What?
Look at this place. Isn't it huge?
What
This
the
hotel
hell are you
alone's
doing?
larger than Baton Rouge.
Seriously, what's
if I
going on,
wasn't
and
such
how do
a
I stop it?
Scrooge, I'd buy a pass.
Ah, screw it, I'm gonna go get drunk at
year.
EPCOT.
They've got dining and shopping and swimming. You can ride rides or take in a show. You want Mr. Toad's Wild Ride? Well, it sucks to be you then. But there's still so much in Orlando. Technically Lake Buena Vista. There is no place like a Disney park, always overrun with throngs of tourists walking around on those, what do you call them? Oh, feet. How the hell did I forget that word? It's getting late and I'm really tired. Right now a nap would be, oh, son of a, sweet. That's not the point, I'm getting sidetracked. It's just, Disney is totally packed with more than enough whimsical stuff at Walt Disney World. Oh, isn't this Space Mountain one of the best coasters of all time? Here is some stupid fountain. It's the only thing I could find that would fit the rhyme. Oh, let's go ride a ride. Sit down and be inside. Contemplate suicide when the line's not moving. Pull on the yellow strap. Hold on to all your crap. Oh, let's go ride a ride. Walt Disney World. So many freaking things to do. We're just in total awe. Though we lost Grandma, I think she's still at soaring Walt Disney World. My student loans are way past due, and the house needs repair, but I don't care, 'cause now I'm in Walt Disney World with you. Now I'm in Walt Disney World, and I don't think that I can fully explain the awesome of dropping like a dead possum on that Tower of Terror ride, Walt Disney World. Why is there two of me here? I think I'll stay
What the hell? This
another
is
day,
creepy.
'cause though it's not perfect here, there's so much cheer that all my problems seem to go away. So that's what they have at Disney. Well, in the Florida one. But there's other Disney stuff you never knew. You never crossed the Mississippi. You missed out on all the fun of the stuff that California has for you. Too often, Disneyland gets ignored because it's smaller, but it has a lot to offer for your stay. Florida's parks may be bigger, but you can't count out CA. It beats Magic Kingdom in almost every way. Where can you go on rides with Mr. Toad here? Why is the Caribbean so damn small? Why should you spend your day park hopping, running around, no time for stopping, trapped at the transit station, leaning against the wall, making an effort just to stay awake? And your wife has a migraine, and your kids need Adderall, and the worst part is that you don't get to ride the greatest ride of all. It's the best ride ever made. Snakes and boulders and a temple raid, plus John Williams tunes are played. But I'm afraid this crusade ain't displayed near the Glades. No, it stayed on the west with all the rest of Anaheim. But you know what I'm done, 'cause it's no fun to sit and whine. And though both cause of flaws, that isn't cause to just write either one off. They still both offer a good time. So I think we understand. Yes, Walt Disney World is pretty grand, but don't count out Disneyland. So as a fan of this brand that has spanned across the land, I demand that you check out both versions firsthand. Don't just wonder which coast can offer you the most. You really ought to try them both.
Suddenly, I don't feel so bad about my Small World parody.
When you go to Disney parks, it can't just be on a lark. Everything you do must be meticulously planned. Make a scheduled strategy. Get fast passes accordingly, or you'll be stuck waiting hours in line for Peter Pan.
Wait a minute, Dave. You haven't even mentioned your imagination. Imagine your imagination. Imagine your
Geek Vision.
Fantasmic, the ultimate Disney nighttime show. A full-blown spectacle of sight, sound, and synergy. But as I've mentioned before, I've only ever seen the East Coast version of Fantasmic. This show started with me comparing the East and the West Coast, so if only I had a line of dialogue that was an obvious setup for a special appearance by a Disneyland expert or two.
See, if Walt Disney hadn't died, they never could have used his still beating heart to power the hitchhiking ghost animatronic. It's all explained in my manifesto. You!
Oh hey, some jerk with a camera, how's it going?
Oh, hey, some jerk with a camera, how's it going? Me, Gansley!
That's not how my last name is pronounced.
I'll mispronounce your last name all I want. You stole my idea for a Disney Park review show.
Okay, in my defense, I started filming and editing my Disney Park review show long before yours premiered. I just didn't finish it until afterwards.
Aha! Then you admit that you also stole my idea of taking forever to finish an episode.
Hey, I would have procrastinated long ago, I just kept putting it off. Besides, our shows are totally different.
How? How are our shows different?
Well, for one thing, people actually watch your show.
They do?
You know, I made a Disneyland video before either of you did.
Spazmaster, go find my keys.
No.
Well, since you're both here, you guys want to review Fantasmic with me?
Forget it! I refuse to be an accessory to the theft of my own format. Besides, I'll never forgive you for letting that jerk me beat me, and is it still there? I still have the whip marks. Let me show you.
Oh, dear God in heaven, no.
Okay, then. Spazmaster, what about you?
Actually, I was going to see World of Color tonight.
Come on, please. I'll think about maybe possibly considering to maybe submit something to the next Call It What You Like.
All right, Fantasmic, let's do this.
His ass. Now, where'd I put my keys?
Catch your dream and shackle it to your heart. Catch your dream, don't let it spread its wings and fly away. Catch your dream, don't ever let the quitting start. You gotta catch your dream and shackle it to your heart.
Fantasmic was developed by Disneyland Entertainment in association with Walt Disney Imagineering and Walt Disney Feature Animation. That's right, it took 3 whole arms of a giant corporate behemoth to pull this show off. Of course, Disney has so many arms that 3 of them might not seem like that big a deal, but it's still quite a bit of collaboration for a single attraction that would only be experienced twice a day. And the fact that they put so much force behind it shows just how seriously they were taking this show. And just how seriously they continue to take it, with an estimated budget of the $25,000 to $75,000 range per performance.
Of course, like any attraction, the idea didn't come fully formed. There were many attempts over the years to develop more Disneyland nighttime shows as a fun incentive for guests to actually stay long enough to buy dinner. Santa Ana Freeway be damned. Barnett Ricci, who would later direct Fantasmic, tried developing a similar special effects show for the castle around Disneyland's 35th anniversary. There was even an idea for another Rivers of America show focused around the Haunted Mansion, with the ghosts floating out of the mansion and towards the river, but they just didn't have the effects technology yet to do that idea justice. It wasn't until they discovered a French company's prototype for a water projection screen that the pieces fell into place. And now that the original Illuminations was already a hit at EPCOT, it was officially time to move forward on a Disneyland waterfront nighttime spectacular.
While the bulk of the show was designed around resources already present at the location, such as the sailing ship Columbia and the Mark Twain riverboat, they still had to close off Tom Sawyer's Island and drain the river in order to build a new stage with trapdoors, laser effects, and pyrotechnics, as well as fountains in the river to create those newfangled water screens. And then there was the content the screens would display. Keep in mind, this was before any schmuck with a half-decent laptop could manipulate footage in any way they wanted. And even though there's very little, if any, completely new animation for the show, the Disneyland team still had to work closely with the feature animation department and use all their resources to generate movie clips that would fit into the show perfectly. The show was supposed to premiere on April 29th, 1992, but then the LA riots happened. And the original tagline for Fantasmic was, "Be here when the night ignites." Awkward.
And here's what they did to the executive who came up with that slogan.
Wait, stop. You were gonna cut to footage of the Rodney King beatings, weren't you?
What? No, that would have been an extremely poor taste. I was gonna cut to footage of 9/11. Now who's stupid?
So the executive who came up with the slogan was a 100-story building.
Yep.
And as punishment, they crashed a plane into him.
You do not cross Disney.
As I was saying, the premiere was pushed back 2 weeks, and despite the awkward start, the show became such a massive hit that Disney decided the East Coast needed a version of the show as well. But unlike the West Coast version, this wouldn't be at the Rivers of America. No, Magic Kingdom has enough attendance already. But MGM Studios? They needed a bit of a boost. So they built the Hollywood Hills Amphitheater in a space that used to be a cast member parking lot. Because Michael Eisner won't rest until every parking lot in the world is destroyed.
So there was finally a reason to stay at MGM Studios all day. Of course, now you'd be at Hollywood Studios all day just waiting in line for Toy Story Mania. The new amphitheater allowed them to devote more space to the show with a larger stage and its own specialized merchandise and dining experience. But this also meant that the East Coast show didn't have the pre-existing resources that the West Coast show had, and they had to rebuild everything from scratch. So some of the sets are noticeably cheaper than their West Coast counterparts, which is one of many issues a lot of theme park enthusiasts have with this version. But considering your average theme park guest apparently thinks Disney gift cards work at SeaWorld, a few differences between coasts won't stop the show from being extremely popular, and you might have to get here very early for a good seat.
Of course, they not only had to build a new stadium, they also had to prepare for the biggest difference between Florida and California: the likeliness of inclement weather. So when it's too rainy to safely perform the show, they perform an alternate, shorter show called A Taste of Fantasmic, which features the fountains, the fireworks, and a soundtrack that includes Bambi's Little April Showers. But none of the actors are movie clips. It's nice that they at least do something for the people who have been waiting all day to see the show, but it's a bit like gearing up for a midnight screening of Avengers 2, only to have it preempted by an episode of Hanna-Barbera's Fantastic Four cartoon. And I don't want to see that.
Originally, the show was going to simply be called Imagination, but they couldn't trademark that name. And of course, the inability to trademark a word has led to some of the greatest marketing decisions in history, so they called it Fantasmic. Which raises an interesting question.
What does Fantasmic even mean?
Good question. Pre-recorded footage of the time my best friend from high school visited me here. What does Fantasmic mean? Obviously, it's a play on the word fantastic, but with an M. For magic, or Mickey, or money grubbing.
It's probably supposed to be a cross between fantastic and phantasm, or phantasmagoria, emphasizing the villain aspect or the ghostly lighting effect.
You foolish fool, it's clearly a cross between fantastic and orgasmic. The show is about Mickey's sex dream.
Wait, seriously?
Don't be blinded by your childlike view of Disney innocence, you naive clod.
Jerk, do you want to be in the review or not?
Only when I get to insult you. Or cut to 9/11 footage.
Come on, I already have a guy for both of those things.
So, you don't have any friends on your own coast, do you, Gansel? You're like the 9/11 of people. I brought a clip to demonstrate.
And moving on.
So while we wait for the show to begin, we might get a performance from a Dixieland jazz band. Or the Cadaver Dans of its Halloween time.
Yeah, not in Florida. For a long time we had no pre-show, just god-awful pop remixes of Disney songs, occasionally interrupted by various safety announcements.
And for the safety of our performers, the use of laser pointers during the performance is strictly prohibited.
Because seriously, it's not 1998 anymore.
Fantasmic will begin in just 15 minutes. During the performance, the lights in the theater will be dimmed. Please remain in your seats until the lighting level returns to normal. We would like to remind you that the lights in the theater will be dimmed during the performance.
Does the audience really need this much warning for a drop in lighting? All right, Expedition Everest, this ride is awesome! And holy crap, what happened to the lights? Oh no, what do I know? Oh cool, we're going backwards! This ride is so awesome! And holy crap, it's dark again! Oh no, I can't see any of my loved ones! I'm completely alone in the universe now!
No one likes the dark.
But then they finally added a pre-show with two young, hip, with-it co-hosts going around doing various audience participation things. Wait, audience participation? In Hollywood Studios? Unprecedented! This goes on for a while. Until mercifully we reach the final bit of pre-show, the introductory narration.
Nothing is more wonderful than the imagination. For in a moment, you can experience a beautiful fantasy or an exciting adventure.
In fact, why the hell did you spend so much money on park tickets? You could have just stayed home and imagined a wonderful vacation. We even have video games to help you. By the way, the lights in the arena will be dimmed.
But beware. Nothing is more powerful than the imagination.
I'm imagining myself a multimillionaire who's dating Allison Brie. Doesn't seem to be working.
Your imagination is impotent. Come, Madison, let us go through rocks and fall.
All right, it's time for the show to be. Wait, what the hell is that?
Ah, you'll get used to it.
Every night I have the strangest dreams. Doctor, listen to me, tell me what this means. First I'm going shopping in my underwear, then all of a sudden I'm floating in midair. My lips fall off and everybody starts to stare. Donuts and hot dogs are flying everywhere. Now, doctor, wait a minute, you ain't heard nothing yet. Next comes the part that I won't ever forget. Now I'm being followed by these Russian spies. They give me some Velcro and an order of fries. Suddenly I'm bowling on the Starship Enterprise. I fall down a hole and that's when I realize I'm stuck in a closet with Vanna White. I'm stuck in a closet with Vanna White. Night after night after night after night, alright. Geek Vision.
All right, now it's time for the show to begin. Time to watch a show. Any second now. The show's gonna begin.
A dark stage, and then a beam of light.
The music starts. The lights come up. The praises of imagination are sung. And then...
Mickey Mouse appears and the crowd goes absolutely wild!
Guys, it's Mickey! At a Disney park! I can't believe it!
Mickey raises a particularly phallic stream of water.
Are you still on that sex dream kick?
You just refuse to see the truth, you escapist lemming. Also, Sex Dream Kick is my Katy Perry cover band. California girls were indestructible, Daisy Ducks and something on top. Anyway, Mickey dances around the stage like nobody's watching and shoots fire out of his fingertips! Ah, surely he is the father of all lies!
Mickey continues to part the Red Seas for a while.
Which side is he on, man?
Then he dreams of... himself? Being projected onto the water he raised. Yes, here's that water screen technique, the reason this show exists. Later perfected for World of Color.
I have to say, this water screen thing is really clever, and it's really neat to see scenes from classic Disney movies this way.
Oh, what even the hell, Gansel? First you complain that Voyage of the Little Mermaid has too much recycled footage. Now you praise Fantasmic for its recycled footage.
Calm down, Mickey McNitpick. First off, are you really comparing Little Mermaid to this? Little Mermaid advertises itself as a live performance of the story, and then uses clips from the movie as an excuse to not tell the story live. This is recontextualizing the clips to tell a new story, thin as it may be. And yes, by the end of the show they may overdo it with the recycled animation here too, but the water screens are at least far more interesting than an ordinary movie screen on a stage. Plus, they're complementing the live footage with fireworks and water splashes synced to the scene, making it way more engaging.
Wait, I'm about to blow the lid off this whole thing. You were just arguing with Mickey Mouse, even though a minute ago you two were excited to see each other. How do you account for Mickey's rapid change of personality?
Oh, kid, I haven't had a day off since 1928. I'm on so many drugs, I don't know which of the 7 dwarves I'll be on any given day.
Go away, Grumpy Mickey. We need to talk about the show that stars Happy Mickey.
After more footage from one of the only parts of Fantasia anyone remembers, we get a song over images of flowers. There's also dancers dressed as a giant flower on stage. See? Flower imagery? Sex dream.
Then suddenly we get neon jungle animals?
Okay, so it's an awesome sex dream.
Here's where we get the first major difference between the coasts. Here in California, we get a generic jungle score as the neon monkeys float by, including King Louie. There's also a giant con stage who forgot to turn off his high beams. Then that segues into the original Disney Bizarre Dream sequence. Pink elephants on parade on a pretty kick-ass electric guitar arrangement. Nothing says staying late at a park that doesn't serve alcohol like a drunken hallucination.
Well, we get Lion King music with the weird neon monkeys and other cardboard cutout neon animals on stage. What exactly was Mickey smoking when he had this dream? And hey, Rafiki shows up to do what he does best, contribute nothing.
My work here is done.
And we don't have the full pink elephant sequence, but they make an appearance in the midst of plenty of other recycled animation. Yes, bubbles float by containing scenes from, every Disney animated movie, but with special attention paid to The Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, and The Little Mermaid. You know, the 3 movies that already have their own shows at Disney World, 2 of which are in this very park. One of which is right next door.
You have a lot of sequences like this because when they built your precious amphitheater, they figured they had to make the show longer to justify it. Because, after all, everything has to be bigger in Florida.
So what the hell's your excuse?
Well, back in the original park, after Pink Elephants, we have Pinocchio and 2 can-can marionettes on stage, as the music alternates between I Got No Strings and Little Wooden Head. And the strings alternate between being on Pinocchio and on the girls, and the strings are on Pinocchio while Got No Strings is playing because... irony. Then there's the angelfish doing a weirdly tender dance, probably trying to seduce Jiminy, because that's what fish do. And this is where both dreams catch up to each other, as Mickey dreams about drowning a cricket.
And then we're back to recycled animation as Monstro attacks. He splashes, and the audience gets splashed. Then Mickey starts drowning, and the audience doesn't. So much for full immersion. But it's nice that Mickey decided to finally show up in his own dream again. See, this is why amateur waterbending should only be done under strict supervision.
Then we get Mickey's eyes, an animation that may or may not be recycled, but was certainly cheap and easy.
Hey, what's going on? Uh-oh.
A fucking pirate ship! That's see what's going on!
Suddenly, Europe invades. What the hell?
I hereby claim this land in the name of His Majesty, King James I.
Native Americans go around the river in canoes and... huh?
Oh, but this probably makes more sense in Disneyland because you're watching the show in Frontierland. So even though they're from the East Coast and not the Old West, the Indian canoe thing is at least aesthetically appropriate, right?
You would think that, wouldn't you? But no, Disneyland doesn't have the Pocahontas sequence.
Oh, we have the pirate ship in the storm and then the blast of gunfire, but instead of Europe and their criminally non-existent final countdown, it's the sailing ship Columbia piloted by Captain Hook and his crew on their piratey quest to stop their annoying neighbor kid.
Blast this hook!
This hook that in no way hindered me just now! Blast it!
Peter Pan swings around on ropes because I guess this is after he promised not to fly, but he never promised not to flip. Or maybe in Mickey's Dream World, flying works by holding on to zip lines, but whatever. Peter battles Captain Hook and the pirates around the lake until the crocodile arrives to chase them off stage and out of the way for the next segment.
Okay, wait. The original show has a sequence that's not only far more elaborate and impressive, but also based on a full-fledged Disney classic with a legitimate villain? What the hell, Florida? I mean, sure, I don't expect you to build a whole big pirate ship or do every single one of those stunts, but why would you replace such an awesome sequence with Pocahontas?
I'll give you one guess.
Eisner.
Fucking Eisner.
Yes, true to his inability to see the parks as anything other than giant shopping malls full of free advertising, Eisner demanded that the East Coast Fantasmic focus on more recent films than its West Coast predecessor.
You know, I might be okay with that if they actually made plans to keep this sequence updated when new films came out. If you're gonna sell out, sell all the way out. but it's still Pocahontas. Sure, there was a long stretch without an animated hit for you guys, but even if you didn't update it for every new movie, at least every 5 or 10 years you could change it up. I mean, for all my complaints about the sparification of the original ride, this would be the perfect place to work in something based on the Pirates films. Or hell, let's go even more recent. Imagine Elsa controlling these Fantasmic waves. You want it recent, Eisner? Tell them to keep it recent. Pocahontas isn't recent enough to not be dated, but it certainly hasn't held up as a classic, even ironically.
Just relax, Dave. I mean, why would you want an exciting fight on a pirate ship when you can have people digging for gold in a state where there isn't that much? See, it's a visual metaphor for the whole Eisner administration.
Yeah, after the thrills of choreographed gold mining, the mystical spirits show up on the water screen for a second. We get natives dancing, then more gold digging, then animated natives dancing, then something explodes because I think someone accidentally shot something, and the sides kind of start fighting. But it's really hard to see what's going on from a distance, and there's no clear focus of the scene. So I'm just gonna look at Ratcliffe running around like a moron.
It's John Smith!
Look, he's heroically swinging from one side of the cliff to the other for some reason. And now he's climbing up a little higher. Surely standing up here instead of over there will save the day. Oh, there's another guy up there. I literally never noticed that watching the show in person.
And then Pocahontas finally shows up at the top of the majestic mountain, and she stands there for a second, listening to the voice of old Lady Obi Willow. Then we see animated footage of her standing there. Come on, 2 Pocahontas and not a single cliff dive or makeout session. Why do we even come to the New World?
Then we just sorta give up on the Pocahontas sequence and go back to the Oscar bait ballad as Florida sees a montage of recycled animation of dancing couples, then floating floats with actual dancing couples. Once again, 2 of whom have their own live shows in the same Florida park, but to be fair, this part was in California first.
Lady, you can live anywhere you want in your imagination. Do you just not know how to use it? Is that why you rely on a seagull for your made-up balderdash?
Your prince is right there, right next to you. Or are you singing to his face about a hypothetical different dream guy? This date's not going well. Why don't you go to hell? You ain't my love true. It's not me, it's you.
Also, why in a show featuring a dream about singing princesses do they not feature the princess songs about dreaming?
I walked with you once upon a dream is a wish.
I guess Mickey's imagination is so vast it manages to miss the obvious.
But then the villains start to arrive, beginning with Snow White's evil stepmother and her codependent relationship with a piece of glass. And yes, this was made during the point in Disney history when the mirror was voiced by Tony J. And how do I feel about Tony J's voice?
I love it.
Famed is thy beauty, majesty, but hold, 3 lovelier maids I see.
Wait, 3 maids? I mean, sure, in Disneyland we've only seen 3 princesses, but in Disney World we've seen practically all of them. Why are those the only 3 lovely ones? Is Mickey just racist? Even against blondes?
No, he's perfectly open-minded. Look, he's dreaming about the princess's boyfriends, too.
Yeah, but do you think those are the maids the mirror meant? He could have meant Daisy, Clarabelle, and Clara Cluck. Oh, like it's any creepier to dream about cows and ducks than it is about humans. For Mickey, I mean. Mickey. Yeah. Look, living with con guy really messes with your psyche, okay?
It's never okay. I think we can all agree. It's never okay.
Brought to you by the Council of Shame Creepy Perverts. Remember, just say no to dreaming about cows and ducks.
Cows and ducks?
And here, in Mickey's imagination, beauty and love will always survive.
Ah, but in real life, beauty and love are often crushed to make room for marketability. And because the queen isn't the loveliest person in some mouse's dream, she turns herself completely ugly, because Fuck it, why fight the inevitable?
Now I'll turn that little mouse's dream into a nightmare Fantasmic.
Title drop, take a shot.
We're in Disneyland. We can't take a shot. Where did you get that?
Club 33. Snuck in wearing a suit made out of Roy Disney's corpse. Oh, it just kicked in.
I thought Roy was coated in bronze.
Wrong Roy.
Oh.
You have beautiful eyes. You know that? Has anyone ever told you that?
Yeah, my fiance. Plenty of times.
Ah, so you live around here?
Far away. Very, very far away.
I can drive. I'm a very good driver.
I can't believe Jesus called me a dick!
So, for those of you just joining us, Mickey is having a wet dream about how hot some princesses are. You were right, jerk. I bow to your wisdom.
Damn right you do.
You have the power to
Control his mind.
Now, in California, all that happens here is the witch turns into Ursula, then we go into an Ursula sequence.
Ursula will take matters into her own tentacles.
God, I hope she said tentacles.
Flotsam and Jetsam float through the river as Ursula monologues about turning Mickey into her very own mind slave. At one point there was an Ursula float in the water, but nowadays she's good old-fashioned 80-yard recycled animation. Then she turns into Chernobog, going into the Night on Bald Mountain sequence.
Sorry, got carried away. Meanwhile, back in Florida, the witch still transforms into Ursula, as well as all of the villains, because I guess all evil people look alike to Mickey's subconscious. Alignmentist.
Yes. Perfect.
This summer, Jeremy Irons is Julie Newmar.
The endgame of the transformation sequence is Jafar, and to Florida's credit, they actually give Mickey something to do in this sequence.
It's time to say goodbye to Mickey.
Okay, bye, Mickey.
Enter the Cave of Wonders.
Yes, if you want to make something sound evil, add of wonders to the name. Oh wait, you didn't say the cave would be collapsing at the time. And now old school Mickey is superimposed over background footage from Aladdin, so at least they're adding something to the recycled animation.
And now you'll see how snake-like I can be.
You know, just because a character says a line in the movie doesn't mean it always makes sense for the character to say that line. Observe.
They say that when that men one morning get up and look in the mirror and they see their father.
That day is tonight.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Wow, oh yes.
In the movie, Snake-like was in response to actually, being called a snake. Here he just apparently always has snakes on the mind. I have had it with these monkey-fighting snakes on his Monday to Friday brain!
Anyway, this is where we get the giant snake that you guys got for the Jungle Book sequence, and yeah, I do like using the snake as a scary villain instead of just a random cameo character. Mickey, unusual for a park appearance, is clad in his traditional shirtless shorts outfit as he moonwalks towards the snake, but rather than just grab him and eat him, the snake turns to chase his own tail, which is what I do when I get bored playing Rattler Race.
Oh, look! A magic lamp! Maybe if I just rub it and wish.
Just rub it and wish. Typical Saturday night for you, right, Dave?
Did I run over your dog or something?
I'm flattered, but I don't swing that way.
Stop thinking everything is set!
My eyes are up here!
So Mickey rubs the lamp, which, unleashes Genie Jafar, even though Snake Jafar was already there. That's how magic lamps work.
Mickey's universe is mine to command, to control.
Just Mickey's universe? And I thought Doofenshmirtz needed to aim higher.
Well, keep in mind, we're peeking into Mickey's subconscious here, and he clearly sees himself as the center of the universe. The fact that he imagines so many villains would go through such lengths just to deal with him says everything we need to know about Mickey's ego.
Hey, that reminds me, I never gave you permission to address me on a first-name basis. From now on, refer to me exclusively as His Most Excellent and Honorable Lord Mouse, Master of all he surveys, Esquire.
I'm not doing that. Then Jafar turns into Hades and briefly mumbles something about whatever, and then Hades turns into Chernabog. Oh my god, twist ending! Greek Satan is actually Slavic Satan!
Then on both coasts, after revisiting the other only part of Fantasia anyone remembers, brave little Tailor Mickey comes face to face with motherfucking Maleficent!
Now you will deal with me and all the powers of...
Wait, she specializes in the powers of hell, but we kind of just saw those. What could possibly top that?
my imagination!
So Maleficent's imagination is the scariest thing in the entire world, scarier than hell itself. What kind of awful stuff could she possibly imagine?
Clearly, you haven't seen her fanfiction.net account. And I'm not even Catholic.
Then Maleficent ascends to the sky, cackling, and... it's just a dragon. Just like she already did in the movie. Maleficent's imagination kinda sucks.
Well, at least she actually is the dragon this time.
Wait a minute. Imagination, dragon. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ah, the creature lives! Foul beast, I thought we slayed you already.
I can never stay dead.
Back, you foul demon! Return to the shadows from whence you came!
I don't care if you're voiced by awesome people like Billy Barty and Dave Goelz. You're creepy and annoying.
You people have no soul. Do you have any idea what we're dealing with, man? No one is safe!
I like you too, Spaz. You'll be the last to die.
False figment! I'll save you, Ooh, shiny thing. See?
So in California, we get recycled animation of the three villains we've seen so far cackling evilly.
And in Florida, we get recycled animation of every single villain known to man cackling evilly or just chuckling smugly.
Fuck you, Mickey, you rat bastard!
But then the water screen clears and holy crap, there's an actual physical dragon. That's pretty awesome.
Your dragon is cute, but this is our dragon, which fucking rocks. Yeah, for years we had that little head on a stick with a cloak, but we got a pretty great upgrade back in 09, and it looks amazing.
Gushing it up however you want, what matters is, does it work?
Well, yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, the problem with performing the show on a stage that's open to guests during the day is that they don't really have time to fix everything at night. While the cast members call this dragon Snaps McGee, the fans nicknamed it Murphy because of its frequent demonstration of Murphy's Law. Still, despite its occasional flaws, Murphy looks better when it works.
Yeah. Let that be a lesson to the rest of you. Never put anything named Murphy that close to the Haunted Mansion.
I kind of liked it.
Well, whichever coast you're on, when the dragon works, it fucking breathes fire, setting the lake ablaze. Yeah, take that, Flounder. You're fried, Nemo. See you in hell, disturbingly flirty angelfish. Nothing says pure evil like setting water on fire. We don't need no lack of water. Let the motherfucker burn!
Well, I never. Burninating the countryside is a very rude activity, young lady. Why, I oughta. You may think you're so powerful. Well, this is my dream.
Nobody comes between me and my Princess Four-Way. I have the power! Goofy, it's stuck again!
So he takes his sword and shoots at the dragon with it. I'm skeptical that after going through this whole ordeal, he'd still have full hearts.
He does the same thing in Florida, except he doesn't have the sword yet when he says the line. He showboats for a while, uses water to put out the water that's on fire, walks as slowly as possible back to the sword, plays with water some more, and keeps showboating. Slowly. Well, you gotta play to your market, and the Floridian market is mostly retired arthritics.
Actually, early releases of the soundtrack call this part Mickey Walks on Water, referring to a scrap special effect where Mickey was going to levitate on a water platform to meet the dragon eye to eye. Some people claim the idea was dropped because they were worried about the religious parallels. Because, you know, after spending the entire show painting Mickey as the holy, infallible center of the universe to the point where even the wind and sea obey him, having him do something vaguely Christ-like would just be way too controversial. Others claim the only reason the effect was scrapped was that it was too expensive to do safely. Yeah, that sounds more like Eisner.
You shoot me in a dream, you better wake up and apologize!
And then we see the 4 villains of the show being defeated. Unless we're in Florida, in which case we see every villain ever being defeated or possibly just amused. And apparently playing the witch transformation in reverse counts as defeat. Yeah, it'll show that witch who wanted to be beautiful take away her ugliness. In fact, remove that. Didn't the witch in the movie fall from a mountain? You've got a mountain to... Never mind.
So then Tinkerbell shows up because she just has to worm her way into everything, and Mickey starts dreaming about the glory days when he had a personality. And all of his friends are there, even the ones who have had no presence in the show yet and don't really have any business being part of the celebration.
But who cares if they deserve to be there or not? Let's celebrate, people!
I don't like studying. I like partying. I don't want to read a book unless the subject is beer or booze and not pencils and books.
Hooray! What? No, I was just watching the Red Sox game. Hooray!
Take a test and the question is where's the party and the answer is me.
Cheers, mate.
Hasn't started until you party where your heart is. I don't wanna take a test unless the question is where's the party and the answer is me.
Yeah, we were behind the camera this whole time! I didn't think you'd ever remember to put us in your review, you assholes!
You reviewed Fantasmic without me? Oh, you bastards! Why did you include me? What the?
Specifically the kind program I can skip chemistry. College is a party, so come party at the party. Party is a class in session, and the only lesson is to party when you party with me.
The hell you pussies so excited about?
You know what? I'll just say it. I know we've been snarky and sarcastic throughout this whole show, but for Disney fans like us, this scene is fucking beautiful. All these beloved characters celebrating together, captained by the one who started it all. And in Disneyland, it's on the legendary Mark Twain riverboat, sailing majestically through the water.
And in Disney World, the ship is... well, I'll give it points for looking like a 1930s cartoon.
Okay, big finish! Cute key change and massive fireworks display!
Then Mickey appears at either the top of the mountain or the cabin. There's more fountains, fireworks, pyrotechnics, the lake's on fire again, but this time that's a good thing. And hey, what the hell, Disney? We can't use laser pointers, but you can? Then Mickey appears back down on the island.
Okay, that is it. I was willing to blame his personality change on a weird drug-induced bipolar disorder, but this? No! He's on a boat, then on a high place, and then a low place. That turns his head!
Oh, what? Are you trying to imply there's more than one Mickey at these parks?
What? No. Don't be absurd. Mickey's a ninja.
Oh, come on. Mickey is not a ninja. Spending too much time at Disney parks doesn't just give you the power to magically transport from one place to another. That is an absolutely insane theory with absolutely no basis in reality, and I refuse to acknowledge it.
You sure about that?
I've never been so sure of anything in my life. You can't just suddenly appear in an altogether different location. That would just be totally...
Excuse me, can you tell me which way's Hogwarts?
Oh, it's over there.
Thank you.
I was taking my quantum physics degree. How the hell did he get here?
Get where?
Yeah, Doggins, get where?
I don't even know anymore.
Some imagination, huh?
Well, it's just past 8 o'clock and time for the corporate symbol on top of your island to explode.
So that was Fantasmic. What the hell was that?
Looking at the show logically, it doesn't make any damn sense. There's little narrative flow, zero continuity to establish canons, just a random cavalcade of scenes that we've seen before.
It's a dream. It's all happening in a dream.
Okay, fair enough, but even then it raises way too many questions about Mickey's subconscious. But as a purely visceral emotional experience, it kinda kicks ass. Yes, it's cheesy, yes, the characters aren't really in character beyond the use of catchphrases, yes, part of Florida's version is a commercial for a then recent movie that doesn't hold up. But the effects are amazing in person, the music sweeps you away, and in the end, this whole ridiculous, insane, illogical show really does leave you with a triumphant feeling. It doesn't hold up under scrutiny, but if you just sit back and enjoy it at the end of a long day in the park, it is almost the very definition of Disney magic. But don't take my word for it, look at this kid in front of me who's so excited to be waving to his Disney friends.
But man, next time I'm at Disneyland, I have got to watch their version of this show if it's really even better than this one.
You know what? I prefer the Florida version.
What?
Everybody hit the deck!
Let me explain.
Florida has its inferiorities, but do you know what else it has? Fucking seating!
I don't care that the seating is less comfortable than Little League bleachers. I don't care that they added 5 minutes to the show and somehow turned 15 of those minutes into pointless padding. And I don't care that the Steamboat Willie ship looks like it was constructed from the back of a box of Captain Crunch. My feet are killing me. I mean, I've been on them all day. I've waited 3 hours in line for the backlot tour. The backlot tour! Call me a lazy fat ass if you must, but after a long day, I will gladly sit through the Florida show, long as I can actually sit through the Florida show.
How did you get here?
Papa bad.
Spaz. Your thoughts?
It's okay. World of Color's better.
Oh, come on, really? You really expect me to believe that California Adventure did something better than Disneyland proper?
When was the last time you went to California Adventure?
2001? How did you get here?
Magic. Cut!
Boy, are you in for some treats when you get on this coast. See? I found a bunny.
Stop doing that! And don't sell this coast short. We just got a circus area. It's like a fake version of a poor man's Disney World inside the real Disney World. God, I miss Disneyland.
But don't you see, Doggins, you never left Disneyland. You've just been dreaming you're here in Florida.
Really? We're doing that bit?
Uh-huh.
Haven't you both done the It's All Just a Dream bit on your own shows?
Uh-huh.
That's right. Join the All Just a Dream Club. Everybody's doing it. Plus, it's actually relevant for a Fantasmic review. Join us. Join us. Join us. Join us in the magical land of cars that talk. They're cars that talk. It's magical land. Woo! Join us. Join
No,
us!
no, no. It's bad enough that you don't know where the hell you are. I know where I am. I'm right here. I'm in Florida. I'm not doing the all just a dream. What the Luigi's flying fuck?
You joined us! You joined us!
You know you make me wanna kick my heels up and throw my hands up and throw my head back and come on now, don't forget to say you will. Don't forget to say yeah, 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 yeah. Say you will. Say it right now, baby. Say you will. Come on, come on. Say you will. Say that you will. Say that you love me. Say that you need me. Say that you want me. You wanna please me. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
Minnie! Honey, you won't believe the dream I just had. Well, don't you want to hear about it? All right, Mickey. What is it? I could shoot fireworks from my fingers. I could control fire and water. I fought a dragon. And there were these 3 beautiful princesses. Go back to sleep, Mickey. What do you mean, beautiful princesses? Go to sleep, Minnie. You know, you really should wear more seashell bras.
Now cut that out.